In 1517, Martin Luther posted 96 theses, complaints about the church. And one of them is about indulgence, what they call the idea that you can pay for your sin. And if someone is looking at the church today, I think someone can actually post over 95 comments, again, complaints, especially around prosperity preaching. How did that come about, and why is it playing the kind of role it's playing in Nigeria today?
We can look at the issue of prosperity message from at least 3 points: sociological, historical, and also from a pastoral point of view. Sociological, because if prosperity message is preached right, it's not different from what Africans understood about religion. African traditional religion never separated salvation, spiritual, from material. It was a holistic concept that your God should help you not only to take care of your soul, but to also take care of your material well-being. And so in that sense, the prosperity message is keying into something. That's why it has certain appeal. Then also historically, the church has preached or been involved in one form of prosperity message over the time, because somebody will say when the missionaries came and they enticed people to come to Christ through providing, like in India, what they call rice Christians, through providing material benefit or through demonstrating the technological prowess of the white men that brought it, you are attaching spirituality to material well-being.
Hello. Days after the US issued a security alert warning of a terrorist attack on South Africa, thousands of citizens stormed the coastal city of Durban for the coronation of the new king of Zulu. The ceremony was the first since South Africa became a democracy in 1994. In his first speech as king, the king vowed to be a catalyst for positive changes in Zululand. I understand that history has chosen me at this time when the Zulus are facing several challenges, he said. The challenges are poverty, unemployment, a trust deficit in the government and traditional leadership, climate change, and food insecurity. Zulu people are the largest ethnic group in South Africa. They make up 1/5 of the country's 60 million population. The taxpayers of South Africa spend $3.6 million each year to fund the monarchy. Many South Africans hope the new king will continue to back causes like addressing the fight against gender violence in the country. South Africa has one of the world's highest rape and sexual assault rates. In Kenya, 12 police officers will face charges of crimes against humanity for their alleged role in offenses committed during the 2017 election. According to Kenya's chief prosecutor, investigations show that high-ranking officers bear the greatest responsibility for the atrocities committed in Kisumu, the hometown of opposition leader Raila Odinga. The director of public prosecutions, Nordin Haj, says the attacks were not spontaneous, but were planned and coordinated by those officers. While Mr. Haji did not reveal the suspect's identity, he gave the nod to charge the officers for various crimes committed under their authority, including murder, torture, and rape. In Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari has urged Nigerians not to panic over a security alert the US and other Western countries issued last week. In a statement published in Abuja, President Muhammadu Buhari assured Nigerians that security agencies are proactively working hard to deal with any potential threat. He said Nigeria was not the only country with a high possibility of a terror attack. He charged citizens to be vigilant and careful. Unfortunately, terror is a reality the world over, and these latest alerts by Western countries do not mean an attack in Abuja is imminent. Security threats are real and have been with us for a long time, Mr. Buhari said on Friday. Meanwhile, the US has ordered all non-essential diplomatic staff to leave Nigeria. It is 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Nigeria, 5:30 p.m. in South Africa, and 6:30 p.m. in Kenya. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. I am Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today is Professor Nimi Wariboko. Professor Wariboko is a professor of social ethics at Boston University here in the United States. He specialized in Christian social ethics, African social traditions, Pentecostal studies, and philosophical theology. He's the author of several books, including God and Money, a Theology of Money in a Globalizing World. The Principles of Excellence, a framework for social ethics. Ethics and Time, Ethos of Temporal Orientation in Politics and Religion of the Niger Delta. African Culture, the Pentecostal Principle, Ethical Methodology in New Spirits and God's Spirit, and Economics in Spirit and Truth, a Moral Philosophy of Finance. He worked as a Lagos banker and strategic consultant to some of the top investment banks on Wall Street. He previously worked as a journalist in Lagos. He will help us understand what really matters as Nigeria embarks on an all-important campaign for the 2023 elections. He will answer the important question, who will God vote for in Nigeria's 2023 elections? Professor Wariboko, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Rudolph Okonkwo. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you so much. We appreciate having you here. And as we said, Nigeria is preparing for an election. And today we want to look at it from the ethical aspect and the role of religion in that election. But let me start by getting your opinion on the top stories of the day, which is a security threat that the Western nations announced in Abuja. What do you think about it? Look at the perspective I want you to look at. The Americans moved away their non-essential staff, and most malls closed down, but the churches are open today. What are they preaching to the citizens, the members?
Well, I don't know what they're preaching because I'm not there and I've not looked up any of the services online. But I won't be surprised if the churches are not talking about the terror alert, because or even if they talked about it, it will be shut down under the fact that they believe that they have a God that can protect them, so they don't need to bother. They will tell their congregation to focus on what the American embassy and other embassies are saying, or what the government is saying will be a waste of your time. You depend on your God to protect you. So that is the kind of message they will be passing on to their congregation. Well, I'm not surprised because the Nigerian church has never been fully attuned to their social environment, to the issues of social justice, to the issues that really affect people. They've always kind of taken themselves out of the hard realities of our society and pretend to be isolated in a bubble that is magical, in a bubble that they believe that reality or the laws of reality and physics do not apply to them. So I don't think they will spend much time talking about such things. In short, they will use it as an opportunity to boast that they have a God that can protect them. Some of them will even say, "Don't worry, even if there is a bomb or bullet or something, it's not going to touch you." While we know that Christians have died from that kind of stuff. Now, I'm not saying they should not go to church, right? If the churches stay away, it might even increase the panic level, and that is what terrorism is about: is to create fear. So, in one sense, they're going to church maybe is to counter that general panic that the terrorists want. But at the same time, you ask yourself, are they going to church consciously of counteracting the terrorist fear, or it's a matter of need, just something we've done every day, and we are just going to go, and God is going to protect us? So the real question is, what measures have they taken? Not so much what they preach. What measures have they taken to protect themselves in case the terrorists strike while they're in the church? And so those are the kind of things that the churches are not doing. I know around uh, 2010, 2012, when the between 2010 and 20, when the Boko Haram thing was on, they had security armed men in front of the churches to protect them. And then I think after that time, that kind of preparations has gone. So it will be interesting to see what they tell their people, because the threats are real. Whether the American embassy and the other foreign embassies are right or wrong, that is a different question. But the threat of Boko Haram and Islamic terrorism in the country is real, right? And I'm not surprised what Buhari said. As the head of state, as the head of the government, as the head of the country, well, he said what he has to say. So you and I have no way of knowing if he has better information, and he's putting up a front. And we, of course, people expect him as the head of state to put up a front and calm nerves down while he's working. But the fact that the embassies are saying so shouldn't surprise everybody or anybody, because if you are been watching what is happening in the country, the level of insecurity has been heightened for a very long time, right? And so people don't feel safe in their own houses, and so this issue of the terrorism is not unexpected, because the country has been sliding for for decades, and for years in particular. So yeah, we expect that kind of reaction. But one thing that, and I will stop here. One thing that is frightening about it is that the idea of people going to church or people going about their normal business could also mean that they are jaded. That this thing happening over and over again, they've come to a point where some of them may be thinking in fatalistic terms, right? And they're helpless. So what do you do? Are you not going to go about your daily life? Because when threat to life happens on a daily basis, when disorder in the country is a daily affair, so we all get into the mood of what I would call the incredible, because everything is possible at any time, and all things are possible. So in that kind of situation, the human being almost like falls into a fatalist situation. Whether I'm at home, I'll be killed. If I'm in the church, I'll be killed. If I'm on the street, I'll be killed. If I'm playing with my children in the playground, I'll be killed. That is how death has become pervasive here in Nigeria. So people will say, well, if I want to die, let me die in the church. So they are going to church, even in one sense, does not show any boldness. It might show that people are traumatized and jaded, and they just give in. Also, that is the scary part of the whole process, that we have normalized violence, death, and terrorism. It has become, it has been baked. I mean, these three have been baked into the fabric of our existence, right? So that is the real issue of the threat, the American embassy. I mean, the threat level that they issued. and the way our government are responding to it, and the way the people are generally going about their business.
All right. Let's look at the people who now are trying to get the job of running the country, the presidential candidates. And of course, there are three major ones, Bola Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and P2B. What is your assessment of these candidates?
My assessment of this, I'm not terribly impressed by any one of them, but it's like that's what we have to select from the three of them, right? So I'm not terribly impressed. Um, they show different levels of understanding of the country's problem. Um, but all three are cut from the same cloth. They are still part of the old ruling class and the bourgeois class that have dominated and misled this country, right? So we're asked to choose between them. There is no um, real new face. But I also understand the enthusiasm around P2B, as they would say in America, the new kid on the block, right? So everybody is going for that. My take is that from my experience in elections and everything, we're still too far from that. I mean, 4 months. In March, so we still have 4 months to election time. It's hard. It's hard to let's say who is going to win or what is going to happen. I mean, I've been following politics and doing consulting for political organization or so. And I know that 4 months to the election, the polls can change. Anything can happen. And I'm not just saying this based on academic. I've been involved in Nigerian presidential election and consulted and helped a person to win. And so I know that since even when Babangida time, a politician asked me to help in consulting, in strategizing, also. So I have solid experience in analyzing the Nigerian political situation and showing people how do you get to power. If you want to. So it is still too early. Now I understand there is a lot of enthusiasm for among the youth for Obi's candidate. But when I sit down and I think about it, what frightens me is the way the country is. At the end of the day, are people going to transcend their ethnicity? Are they going to transcend their religious sentiments and other considerations to really vote for the candidate uh, that they want? And also the way the mathematics work, that the candidate needs to get 25% of the vote in at least 24 states, and then win majority of the vote. So once you begin to pay attention to that, and you overlay that with the ethnic and religious sentiments, right? And you said, how is that going to be possible? So Obi has a chance, but there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. And really like door-to-door campaign, knocking on doors to make it possible. But at the same time, we know somebody like Tinubu understand the nitty-gritty of playing politics and how you can use state governors and money to mobilize people. So he's also banking that may just take him over the finish line. In the same way, Atiku is going. So at the end of the day, who is going to have the better, what they call groundwork to mobilize people out and let them to vote and then protect their vote. So that is something that has to be done. A real plan to say, how do you get people to vote and their vote will be counted? So that's one thing. And that would be necessary. And I've talked about the whole issue of ethnicity and religious sentiments that at the end of the day, we're not going to fall back on those primordial sentiments. So once you reckon that, and you also take into account the issue of mobilizing people to actually go out on that day and vote, and there will still be the typical violence on that day to intimidate people not to vote. The other issue is they keep talking about electronic voting. Who controls the electronic system? I mean, so do you have enough uh, assurance, I think, that for the fact that you upload your number at the polling station, it will be what will be transmitted to INEC and collected in the proper way. Even in the US, part of the fight between the Democrat and Republican that they are using electronic system and it could be manipulated. Now it could be that the Republicans or the Trump camp is wrong because over and over they could not provide evidence. But it raises the question that those things at least are manipulatable, right? So how do you may stay here and vote, but how do you ensure that the system records your vote? Because people will vote in the urban area and thinking they have the votes. But you may know what you vote in your area, but you don't know what others are voting, or even if they give you your accurate number of votes in one polling station that you know. How about the polling stations that are scattered all over the country? And I learned that people have not checked some of these polling stations have been created newly, and some are in individual houses, as I read from the papers. So it's going to be an interesting stuff. But so you may guard where you are, but you don't know what is going to happen elsewhere and the transmission process. And it may be that they're not going to beat you with millions of votes. In a democracy, what they need to beat you with is one vote. Right. So somebody adding one vote or taking out one vote, or some transmission could not go through for whatever reason. That's a problem. And given the fact that we have network problems seriously, what are the dedicated network lines that they have to move the votes that are counted into the system? Maybe INEC has a way, but they need to assure every Nigerian that is going to work. What if on that day, let's say the votes in River State or certain parts of River State they are not able to transmit it? Is there a deadline where your vote will not count after the closing? Right? Or what if the system is being hacked? Because I know that as we speak, some people are planning to hack the system. Right? So you may transmit and it's distorted. And then they say it's thrown out. So we are at a very crucial point where we need to pay attention. Yes, the electronic system will cut down on the typical snatching of ballot boxes also. But there are more things involved. Do we know who wired the INEC system in the INEC office? These are questions people are not asking. You
All
say
right.
to transmit. Who wired the INEC system? Who has the control? Who can go in there and corrupt the system and hack the system? If they could hack systems of United States and others, what is the security plan of INEC? Who supplied the computers, the network? Who has access to it? Who can? And these things are done over the air, right? Do you have dedicated stuff, or things could be manipulated? Because you'll be surprised, these things could be manipulated not only by Nigerians and Nigerian politicians, it could also be manipulated by foreign governments to suit. I mean, I was surprised in 2011, I was doing consultancy for the National Security Advisor. I was they brought me in that year. I'd worked with the CBN as a consultant. My background was also an investment banker before I became a teacher in the university. So I've done some work with the central bank on this project 2020, the project implementation office, and other things that we could do. So I spent the summer of 2011 doing that. So after that, the presidency and national security office had that. I was doing that kind of work, and they brought me to say, help us think through our national security plan. I went in there, so look at the plans that they have also, and my interest was that look, I'm not an expert on every aspect of security, guns, and everything, but what are the economic dimensions of national security, right? And so I went in there to say, how can we build our economic up so that it's a form of security? And how can we understand that poverty is our greatest security threat in the country? And then corruption also being part of that. Now, one thing that I was talking to the National Security Advisor, I said, okay, how do I send my report to you? They gave me a Gmail account. I was like, wait a minute. So I'm going to. So you know that most people in Nigeria, government officials, use Gmail or Yahoo. They don't even have a dedicated account. You see how open. If you are working for the U.S. government or even my university like Boston, you cannot transact university business on Gmail or yeah. Also, so they use such as that. Then I asked them, and they have, by the way, they have very good internet, and it's all wired. I asked them who built this building and who did all the connection. I said, this is Nigeria National Security Office, the most secured office around. And they said it was built by a foreign company and wired by a foreign company. So I said, okay, do you know if there's anything in the walls here as we are talking? Or who is reading our stuff and manipulating our stuff? I was in that office when the first Boko Haram attack happened. And so that day, everybody was concerned about the Boko Haram attack at the UN building. So when the security guys came around, I think at that time, Goodluck called a security meeting, and President Goodluck and everybody went in there. So when they came back, the national security guys, I don't want to name names. I then told a story. I said, while I was there, my former professor at Princeton had seen the news and wrote to me that, Nimi, I know you are in Nigeria. Are you safe? And I told him, I'm at the office of the National Security Advisor. That is the safest place to be. So when they came back, I now talked to them and said, this is what my professor said. I hope I'm safe here. But I told him I'm the safest place. They told me, Nimi, don't assume that because you're a National Security Advisor office, you are in the safest place. He said, you cannot assume that. I said, why? They told me that they just went for the meeting. And one thing that they found out was that the UN building was supposed to have a door that's supposed to come down automatically, not allow the car to go in. But that system did not work, and that's why they go in. They said they have the same system in Aso Rock. That very day, they tested it to see that if somebody is coming with a truckload of bombs, whether the doors will automatically, the iron doors are supposed to come down. And I was told, sadly, that the last time somebody checked that door and checked the system working was when Obasanjo was in power. So we've gone from Obasanjo to Yaradua to Goodluck. No one has checked the system. So if somebody has driven a bomb, a truck bomb, turned Aso Rock, thinking that those doors will work, I was told it was then they realized no one has checked those doors at all. From Obasanjo time, they were doing it regularly. From Yaradua to the time of Goodluck, no one paid attention to that. Why am I telling this story? I'm telling this story not because I want to air Nigerians' shortcomings to Nigerians. We all know that, but to say that we are depending on a free and fair election based on some electronic system that are subject to the same Nigeria cavalier attitude, the lackadaisical attitude, the nonchalant attitude to managing things. So people are busy fighting themselves on the street who is going to win. No one is paying attention or at least it's not subject to as much scrutiny as it should be, the very electronic system that is going to collect all these things. There is no transparency about that. And by the way, it's all centralized. So it doesn't take much effort. In the US, at least, they try to decentralize this. Every state has their own. So you have to overcome the 50 states. Even then, there are quarrels. But this is all centralized. Somebody who wires the system for INEC will just go in there and do whatever they want. And then we all be surprised. So I'm saying that they should pay attention beyond the street brawls and the social arguments that they are having to say, how is the system going to work? Our vote is going to be as valuable as the system that counts it and collects it and announces it to us.
Okay, very, very good. I like the questions you raised, and they are very important. But let's look at the voting itself. What should be the driving force? What should people think about when they want to decide who to vote for? You're a professor of ethics, and you know these characters we have as presidential candidates. And people say things that their biography does not matter, that it's about who will move the country forward. What do you think, if you are going to talk to Nigerians, what should be their concern in terms of when they make that choice, the decision? Whether at the end their vote will count is a different thing, but what should be the primary thing they should concern themselves with?
Yeah, actually, the person who has the technical skill, the temperament, and the biographical preparation in life to get us there. And these are things that individuals have to make. Right. So yeah. So we're at a point where we need somebody who can move us forward economically, who can unite the country. If that person happened to be a 36-year-old young man or woman, fine. It's not dependent of age. Even if that person per se maybe have not done the great things that some of the people that claim they build states and other things have done, fine. So yeah, people have a right to scrutinize and engage these candidates to find out who that person is going to be, because we are at a crisis moment in the country, and we all have to learn to transcend, go beyond our ethnic primordial sentiments and religion to say who can do the job and who can create a technocratic team around him to do the job. Because part of what I'm seeing is that, yeah, people understand they need somebody who can do the job, but they still have this big man theory of history that one man could just come in and do. So part of the thing to look for is not somebody who can do the job. Who is the person who can gather technocrats or people around him that can do the job, right? So that is what people need to do, to engage, call these people out to forums, interviews like what you are doing, and let us hear them. Let them debate. They should be debating from now. We don't need to wait till a month to return. Let them debate, and even because put them through debate for 2 or 3 hours to see which one of them have the ability to hold a coherent thought for 2 hours or 3 hours. One thing
Does the health of a candidate, does it matter? Does the source of wealth matter? What's important?
Yeah, the health of a candidate matters because while the candidate, whether he or she is sick, has the right to contest an election, the constitution doesn't say you have to be 100% healthy. But we as a citizen have the right to decide who is going to be this. And if we say we want a healthy person, it should be. That's why in the US, they prevail upon presidential candidates to release their medical record, because you want to put somebody who is healthy enough 24 hours a day for a long time. Of course, he or she, as a human being, may fall ill, because if you're not healthy, the ability for you to manage the state will be diminished. So it should be a law, or people should demand that we should see the medical records of everybody. Because sometimes some people may have very visible illness, others may have ticking bombs inside their system. they're also hiding, right? So I think we've come to the point, given the experience that country in Nigeria has had, where we had a president die, two presidents in my lifetime die in office for undisclosed diseases or illness, and we had one that started with sickness. I think that's a fair demand that people are making.
All right. So
Yeah.
I want to just mention that we let our audience in about 30 minutes, but before then we have a lot of grounds to cover. So let's see. I want to play a video for you, and then we'll follow up with your question.
Physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up, take back your country. God bless you.
Nigeria. Za mu iya gwada haka ne duniya ta yadda da haka idan aka yi zaɓe muka yi musu fintinkau. A wayi gari mun kada su a jiha ɗaya zuwa jiha biyu, sauran kawai riba kafa ce. Don haka 'yan uwa, maganar katin zaɓe asbaha darura. Ya zama dole. Katin zaɓe dole. Katin zaɓe wajibi. Rashin katin zaɓe taimaka.
All right. So God is on the ballot, or some people believe that God is on the ballot somehow. How can you explain to us the role of religion in politics, the danger of religion in politics, and why is playing a very serious role in this current election season?
Well, religion has always played an oversized role in Nigerian politics. And why is that so? Because you got to understand, Nigerian election, right from pre-independence to now, has been a struggle for power by factions of the ruling class. And so they use religion to mobilize their base. And so they will always play up the religious factors. I'm not surprised what that gentleman, the priest, the
Islamic
cleric was saying, because people use religion to mobilize their own base to vote. Because the struggle is about getting access to state power and using that power to accumulate wealth through primitive accumulation. So everything is at stake. Claude Ake, in his book, The Political Economy of Africa, that came in 1981, said politics is like warfare. And so people feel like they're going to war, and they use religion to mobilize their base to vote, so as to get there to have power. Not because so as to get there to implement their vision of economic development for the country. So that's why everything is at stake. It's a concentrated warfare. You win or you die. And when you say you die, you may not die physically. Your business will die, or your cheap way of making money will die. So that's why they mobilize religion, right? That's why it has always played this role. And from the foundation of the country, as Olufemi Vaughan has shown, the religion making of Nigeria, religion has always been integral into the very making of the country, the way the country was conceived, right from Lugard, and the way it was done, how the country was divided. I've always have that. Now, the issue is not whether politicians will use religion to mobilize people. They do. Almost all over the world. In the US, we're dealing with a situation where the Republican Party mobilizes the evangelicals to vote for them. So it's always on the ballot, right? But in other places, there are forces that says we are not going to condescend or always abide by those primordial or those kind of religious sentiments. So are there enough people in Nigeria who can come together and say, we can transcend, because poverty does not discriminate against the Muslim or Christian. We are all in it. So what can we do to go beyond that? So politicians will use the cheapest and the crassiest means to get to power. It all depends on the rest of us, what we will do. Now, the issue is, why are we surprised that politicians use religion? Even in the fight for offices in Nigeria, whether political or corporate offices, we mobilize religion. We mobilize ethnicity for the battle. Now, take the Nigerian university system, for instance. If you are University of Port Harcourt, the VC must go between northern part of what is called upland rivers and water riverine river state, and one person will rule for 5 years, the other person will come. There's no attempt to pick the best brain anywhere. The same thing is happening at the University of Ibadan. If it's to some extent that the people in Ibadan city are arguing that it should come from Ibadan alone, no more from Oyo State. But there's a federal university. Why can't somebody, an Igbo man somewhere, and a John man somewhere, a Kanuri man, be the VC? It's the same thing at Ahmadu Bello. It's the same thing at Nsukka, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. So why are we surprised when in our day-to-day life we mobilize ethnicity and religion to get into power? And then it just, what a political period every 4 years shows that it just offers what we want on a more open stage, highlighted. But that is what is going on in the country. At every level, we are using religion and ethnicity for struggle for the scarce resources. And then will you say Nigerians, therefore, are primitive, or that's where they are made? No, because we've been perpetually been in a state of scarcity. No one is creating the abundance. So that we're all trying to use whatever we can to fight for the limited resources, right? So, and again, we've made government the most important center. Why should people go to, in this country, people don't want to go and work for government because you even get less pay. You don't get as stuff. But we've made government the main productive center. The sizes of our governments are too big, right? And we made government like it's a means of production. And so when you make your politics and your governance, your government as the means of production of your society, politics will become a warfare of people who mobilize everything they got to get there. Because just getting into power will completely change your life, or your friends getting into power. So as long as the stakes are very high, people will use ethnicity, they will use religion, and they will use any means available to get to that power. So we need to also think about, do we have a government that is too big or too powerful? The Nigerian president, I tell people, is about the most powerful person in the world. He may not have a nuclear button, but the Nigerian president can make you a billionaire. Tomorrow, he can make you a billionaire. He will just single-handedly give you an oil
block.
Oil block. Just like they gave oil block to Danjuma, and he came up and he said he sold it for billions.
We're going to get to Danjuma if we have time, but let me play a little bit of this video and get your reaction.
This is a message to my northern Christian brothers and sisters, specifically for you. Why? Because if you go to the south, to the southeast, to the southwest, a Christian from northern part of Nigeria is a northerner. Simple. If there are breakdown of land orders in Enugu, they kill everybody, whether a Muslim or Christian, coming from the north. This is the record that is on ground. Nobody can deny this. Christians of northern extraction. Think wisely, act wisely, behave wisely. You have no business voting a southern candidate based on Christianity. At the end of the day, his agenda is not you. His agenda is his own tribe. If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity. He could be a fantastic Catholic. But below the Catholicism, he is a die-hard Biafran.
All right. Now, the Muslim ticket in APC, where you have the presidential candidates as a Muslim and the vice presidential candidate as a Muslim, I think most people think is what has taken this religious aspect of this politics up to the level that we have not seen it before. And people are using languages that are very dangerous. Do you think so?
Yeah, they are using language that is very dangerous, because especially where the country is, right? So if you take the words that people have spoken and put it in the light of where we are, they are very dangerous. But are those words themselves new? No. People have used that kind of rhetoric before, that even much more dangerous or so in the past. But the country is in a different place. It appears we are more fragile today than what we were years ago. So those words carry a different weight. Now, the first gentleman, the man that spoke about, if you're a northerner, you'll be taken. If you're in the south, they'll take you as a northerner as one, right? In a sense, he's right, and this is where a new government needs to address. I'll come to that, and then his religious take. So I'm not forgetting the more insidious thing that is said, and very in a very fairy language. That is where the country is. But somebody needs to push back at him. In the same way, Southerners Ijaws were killed in the Kano massacre in the 60s. Do they discriminate whether they're Igbos or they're Ijaws? It's not a one-sided stuff. That is the nature of the country, that we just say everybody from the west is Yoruba, everybody from the north is Hausa or Hausa Fulani, everybody from the south is Igbo. So that is part of education we're not doing. That is a country with different ethnic groups. But we are not willing to go beyond looking at these three big tribes or ethnic groups in Nigeria. So there is a sentiment that it just been half smart, because the same thing goes on in the north. They lump everybody together. If you are Igbo or Yoruba, you may not feel it, but as a minority in German, you feel it all the time, where people will erase your ethnicity and lump you together with others. So that is not peculiar to the Southerners. Not that the Southerners are bad, but that is the way we tend to use language. Now, so it's a and we need to learn that we are a pluralistic country, and our pluralism is beyond the three ethnic groups. Now, today is telling the Northern Christians that their vote for a Southerner is bad. That is part of the rhetoric we're talking about, that people will use religion or ethnicity or regionalism in the wrong way. And so we should resist that. But I think, so even if one gives him room for saying, of course, his politics, he will whip up all sorts of sentiments. But to say that Obi is automatically a Biafran, that for me crosses the line, because if you are not accepting Obi as a Nigerian. So anybody that comes from the former Eastern Nigeria, which include a big part of the South and everything, are they not Nigerians? What did he say? Because he happened to come from the former Eastern region, right? That enfranchises and marginalizes a whole segment of the country. And people politicians on all sides should have stood up and condemned that kind of language. This goes beyond competition. This goes beyond the old age way of using religion. You are basically saying this guy is not a Nigerian, or you can't trust his loyalty to the country. And that is what bothers me about such this. And it's a little bit I don't know how to describe it. Disingenuous to say that Northern Christians must always vote for Northern people because their interest is not going to be protected. They know where their interest should be protected, just like the Northern people, the Jaw people, Yoruba people, the Hausa people, the Igbos. So allow people to protect their interests. You are saying they cannot be they cannot be trusted. But somebody in a Northern Christian will say, to what extent our being Northern has given us the privileges that you enjoy from coming from the majority religion. So now it's time for politics. You want to recognize that we are of the same Northern extract, right? So this is the kind of language that we should avoid if we are going to build a country. We should be looking for, if today a Northerner will be the best candidate, whether it's a Muslim or not. I believe that we should vote for that candidate.
But let me ask you: do you have any problem?
Yeah?
Do you have any problem with having a Muslim ticket, presidency?
Okay, I have some problem with it. Somebody could say, based on what I'm arguing about competence and detribalize, de-regional voting, move away from religion, somebody say, well, then why are we concerned about Muslim? It could also be Christian, Christian, right? It shouldn't be concerned. So somebody can make that argument. But like I said, the language of our selection has to be put in the context of where we are as a country today, where sentiments are heightened and where people are afraid of the other. And from what the tape that we played, people don't trust themselves. So in a situation where people don't trust themselves, you want to give the semblance of trust. You want to give the semblance of saying we are carrying everybody along. And therefore, you have to pay attention to say, what is the message I'm sending when people are already afraid of domination? That you are putting two people on the same ticket, right? So in that sense, that selection does not pay attention to the sensibility and the fears of what people are. Because in the same way, imagine if there are two Christian ticket, I'm sure some Muslims in the north will also feel very uncomfortable. And that is normal in a democracy because you don't want people to dominate you. You want fairness. So by making that choice, even if they can justify it on so many other grounds, but it appears not to be sensitive to where people are. And people make one mistake, right? They're saying, oh, have that competence. Oh, we are going to build the economy, hope. But people forget that there are two things that rule politics everywhere in the world and almost all through time, which is hope and fear. You may win election by giving people hope, like Obama did. You may win election by giving people fear, like exploiting the fear, like Trump did, right? But at the end of the day, these two forces are there. So how you talk about the Tinubu, Shetima can talk about all the hope they want. And they have the right to talk about the hope. But if you don't address the fear, and if you make a selection that heightens people's fear, then they will feel like you've excluded them. They do not belong. And so that's the mistake people are making. They keep saying, oh, this ticket will work or this ticket will work. But you got to always hold hope and fear in tension. Because people could go either way. And sometimes their perception of the trouble that is ahead of them may make them turn away. So it's not a question of your intent that I'm a good man. No. People have right to be hopeful and they have right to be fearful, right? So how do you balance that? So if I was advising them, I would have said, yeah, it might be a good idea, but the country where we are today, with all the tension about killings, farmers, and everything that is going on, insecurity, people are genuinely afraid of each other. And it don't start the healing process by ignoring their fear. With all
Okay.
good intentions. Yeah. So that's why I feel that choice was not um, well thought out. But as a political strategy, probably they worked their mathematics out and says, oh, it's going to bring vote from the northeast and they combine it with some from the northwest and from the south. They are going to win. But those are genuine fears, and I'm afraid that they've not squarely addressed that. And let me give you an historical example. In the 1960 election, when Kennedy appeared as a Catholic candidate, Americans were genuinely afraid because they are mainly Protestant at that time or so, at least the ruling class and the elite class. And they were genuinely afraid about Kennedy. They were afraid that he was going to take orders from the Vatican, the Pope. And so it's right from the Reformation from Martin Luther, the Protestants have always been very worried and suspicious of the Pope and Catholics, right? So, but what did Kennedy do? Kennedy had to address that issue not through surrogate, not through press releases, over and over again to assuage the fear. In the same thing, Mitt Romney, when he appeared again, right, because he was from the Latter-day Saints, and some Christians don't feel comfortable, he has to address that squarely to make people feel at home. When on the case of Obama, when he appeared because as a black man and everything, people have fears. He addressed them, made himself available, and addressed them to say, these are the things I will do. But in this case, I don't think they've done enough of that work. But ab initio, the selection itself might appear to many people, and indeed many people have seen it that way, that it was insensitive. Not because it cannot be justified, but it was
Okay.
insensitive to where people are
Hmm.
in Nigeria today.
Okay, we're running out of time, and I'm worried because we've not talked about your book. We've not talked about banking. The exchange, the new design of the naira, which I think you may give us some insight. So many things. Well, let me say that you're talking about whether they've addressed it. I think Tinubu probably did by announcing to us that Adeboye, the Redeemed Christian Church, renamed him Abraham. So I think that was his way of addressing it. Let me ask you the
let me not say anything.
let me ask you the overall question, which is who will God vote for in this election?
Well, there are two ways to answer that question. God doesn't vote. God is a spirit, and God doesn't cast vote. So anybody trying to claim God on his side is a pure political, religious trick to say God is going to vote for you. People have always named God on their side. It's part of hubris to just go out and say God is on their side. God doesn't vote. So that may be a joke, not because God doesn't have a permanent voter's card in Nigeria. So even if God when wants to vote, the INEC will not allow God to vote. But beyond that joke, right? When people say God wants to vote for them, they are saying they interpret what God wants to do and says God is on their side. But all through history, even in war, people claim God. Even in football, both sides pray to the same God, right? That God is going to enable them win. So the issue at this point, not that God is not important. What is important is what are they going to do for Nigerians? We should not allow them to deceive us with that God talk. That God is on the side. We should not allow them to come up with their visions to say, would God also? Because they've always given us that vision of the chosen one. It has not transformed our life. So we either wake up and say, God is not talking to them, they're making it up, right? Because they're not, they always tell us God chose somebody. Why is it that God is always making mistake in choosing the wrong people for Nigeria when it comes? And other places that they don't claim God, and individuals go out and select their leaders, they end up producing people that care for the poor, understand God's preferential option for the poor, do things for the poor. So we that claim God, we that pray to God all the time, we that feel that we have God in our pockets all the time, keep getting it wrong. So it has come to the time where you say, pray to your God at home to tell you who to vote. And he may do that, but don't make it a national issue. Don't come out. And because they all come out with all sorts of visions. When Buhari was coming out, they said God, Obasanjo God, Jonathan God, all the way down God. So at least this time around, they should let us vote with our crow eye. Please don't bring this God issue to Bambazool.
But let me ask you. There was flooding in Nigeria recently, and the Minister for Water Resources told the nation that it was caused by God. Is he right?
Okay. I will say two things. One, charitable, because I was a banker. I know what when you say God caused something, it means. Let me start from that one, then go to the next one. Well, in insurance or in mathematics and statistics or in banking, anything that you cannot reasonably explain, they say is God that caused it. So insurance will not pay you insurance if they feel that human beings did not cause it, it's God that caused it. So what is basically saying that what that means in insurance or statistics is that, well, I have no clue what has happened. I have no clue. So let us shift it to God. The same way we can shift our election victory or our personal opinion to God. So probably that is the most charitable explanation, that he just said God in that insurance sense, that it is caused by God. That is, but I'm sure that's not what he meant or what we understand right. It just shows, because when you use the word God caused it, even in statistics and random theory, that means you have no explanation for it. Yeah, so that charitable that explanation I just gave in statistics means that when you say something is random or God caused it, it means that it has no explanation. You don't know the causes. But for a government official to say that the government does not know the cause of the flood, and they did not plan for it, and they did not know what to do, that is scary. So even if one grants him that God caused it, to invoke God means statistically that you don't have a clue about what causes it. So it is unbelievable that a minister would say that God caused it. But I'm not surprised in Nigeria. We attribute all sorts of things to God. A person that loses election, God. A person that rigged election, God. A person that steals money is God. Everything is God. So God has become our go-to fallback explanation when we have no clue about what we're talking about. I will accept that on a general basis. But for a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in this day of science and technology to come out and say that, it just tells you how deep we've fallen into this abyss of incompetence and bad governance. When I was in my 20s, when Babangida was in power, I wrote a magazine article saying, Mr. President, that's the title, do we think as a nation? In my 20s, I quickly realized that Nigerian government officials do not think. And so, and a good number of our elites do not think. Our elites are the most bankrupt elite in the world. They can't even organize a proper place to live. If you go to where they live, it's not well organized. We don't think. And an area once said, he said in a paper on a book on Eichmann, the trial of the German officer after the Second World War in the Nuremberg trial. She said the worst thing that could happen to a country that is thoughtlessness. He said thoughtless people do not know where they're going, they don't know where they come from, and they're not going anywhere. So that kind of explanation that also includes snakes swallowing money and animals swallowing money, just tells you that the country is at a point of thoughtlessness. People do not hold themselves accountable to any good thinking. They just say whatever they want. And so when we are led or we're in a situation of thoughtlessness as a country, we are doomed. Because we are not thinking. And this is what I saw when Babangida was in power. As a young man, I said, this country we are not thinking. Because people don't think.
All right, we're cutting into the time of our audience, but I still have questions. So I'll bring them up in a minute. But one last question before that. I know you wrote several books. I mentioned only 5 in the introduction, and I found out that it's over 31 books. 10 years ago, I spoke to you, and we talked about the church in Nigeria. We were talking about the problems. But one of the things we touched on was the plan, who will succeed who, these leaders, and what happens when the leaders die. Has anything changed? We are looking at someone like Prophet T.B. Joshua, what happened to his church after he died, and the bigger ones like the Redeemed Christian Church, the Oyedepo of Winners Chapel. What are you hearing? I know you are tapped into you study this actually. That's your area. Is there any change since the last 10 years when you showed concern?
Well, there's no change. One thing about Nigeria is that our incompetence, our foolishness, our lack of planning is as old. You can go back and look. In the 60s, there was an economic book written, Planning Without Facts. I was telling to somebody, it was published in 1966, Planning Without Facts. So today, we still do the same thing. So there's no plan. Because I talked with you in 2012 about this, right? Now, TB Joshua died. There's no immediate plan. His church in some kind of chaos. They were fighting against each other. It's the same thing. Because the people that lead these churches take it as their personal freedom. Their whole plan is that they want to leave it to their family or to their children. They are not running these things as part of the kingdom of God. They are running it as their personal business enterprise. It doesn't matter what they tell us. It doesn't matter how they quote it with all sugary religious terms. They are not doing it. Because they found out that church is a form of enterprise. It's a business enterprise. Because they don't have a succession plan, and they're not accountable to anybody.
They don't pay taxes.
They don't pay taxes. They're not accountable to anybody. You can't even see the annual report.
Universities. Who owns the universities? Like
in some of the churches, they will say the university is owned by the original church. But in some cases, we've learned that they are owned by the GOs of those churches themselves. Meanwhile, they collected the money, they put out the offering plate to collect money, but these things are in their name. Even in most of these Nigerian churches also have camps along the Ibadan Express Road. How many Nigerians know that those camps are not in the name of a good number of them are not in the name of the church, they are in the name of the founders. So the day he dies, and his children decide to kick everybody out, you say it belongs to the church. No, it doesn't belong to the church. It belongs to my dad. People are, you see, part of Nigeria that we refuse to do our homework. Right? That's why in most of these camps, they cannot even give you a permanent CFO. You have the right to the property, but it's stated clearly you cannot transfer it to your children. You don't have the right. So the point is that, you see, part of Nigeria's problem is that we keep blaming people in power. Those of us that are educated enough need to do the basic research we don't do. And we fall into this trap. These churches are in their name, or people on the board. There's no transparency to tell us what is coming in and how it's being spent, because they will immediately tell us to keep quiet, touch not my anointing, talk no evil of my prophet. So they will say those things and people just back away, right? So there is no proper accountability. That's why when they die, there's a problem because no one puts a place. Now you know that If you ask anybody, most of the people, who is the second in command to a particular ministry, people cannot name me. Name it right. But we're supposed to know who is the second in command. Then, if the person that person can change. But at any point in time in the US, that's why they created the office of vice president. You know who is in command. They name the third person the foreign the speaker, the foreign minister, and it goes on. So we have a sense. But in Nigeria, we don't name. At the Vatican, you don't have a deputy pope. But we know that when a pope dies, he will be selected from the college of the cardinal. So we know what is going to happen, and they are going to go in and vote. So we know the process, but there's no process laid down clearly for selecting successors. But that is not a problem limited to this church. It's even in private businesses and everywhere. We as a people are afraid of appointing somebody that will take over from us because it merely tells us that we're about to die. That's why we crudely interpret it, or the person will kick us out. So it's a problem. We have the political system, right? We have deputy governors. That is because the constitution. But most deputy governors are sidelined by their governors. In how many places have you seen that a sitting governor will encourage his own deputy governor to take over? It's like often it's somebody from the outside. Because we are suspicious of being accountable to anybody. We are suspicious of having number two. We want to die in the office. If possible, die with the office so that no one will occupy it.
All right. Let's take some questions from. I will still reserve the right to come back with my own questions. Dr. Osi, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. For those who want, hold on, okay. For those who want to join us, I see some people in the studio. If you want to come up and talk, please turn on your camera. I won't pull you up until the camera is on. Go ahead, Osi.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you so much, Professor Wariboko, for that enlightened take. I mean, you kept our attention wrapped with the way you described everything. Now, you guys talked about the 2023 election. Some of us are a little bit worried because we believe that there are some other weighty issues, even more than that 2023 election. And the real fact about it is, if Nigeria will continue to be the way we know it as a secular country, leading up to the 2023 election, and I say that because we are aware of the security threats. Even though that the federal government of Nigeria tries to downplay it and tell us to go about our normal business, that everything is taken care of. But we know it's so serious to the extent that the Western embassies are moving their non-essential staffs out. And that tells us a whole lot, And this is coming in the wake of the fact that not too long ago we witnessed some terrorists break through the maximum security prison. And prior to that, we're told that there were up to 40 intelligence that were reported about the upcoming attack. Yet, nothing was done about it. As a matter of fact, we're told that the security agencies who were attached to the place, many of them were withdrawn prior to the attack. That doesn't seem very coincidental. Now, sometimes last year, I authored an opinion article in Premium Times, and the title was Boko Haram on the road to Damascus, or making a beeline to Kandahar. On the road to Damascus, obviously, because at the time, thousands of Boko Haram adherents were reported to be just, coming to surrender, meaning that they repented. All of a sudden, they saw the light and they repented, And then I was also raising the concern about the probability. Was this something that was planned? Because all of a sudden we have them in thousands just, giving up an ideology that they've pursued all their lives. So, when you look at all these things, I think, not trying to go through the realm of the conspiracy theories, but there's a very, very, very big concern if there are some people within the government that are pursuing some agenda which is not very, very clear to Nigerians. And then I remember we just got a report, from the newspaper that the Turkish government is promising to help Nigeria with drones, with some of the things to help Nigeria combat terrorism. Now, that same Turkish government, in fact, there was a report in this day newspaper, November 16th of 2019, when there was a huge concern that Turkey is actually supplying Boko Haram with some, sophisticated weapons. So we are talking about a country that was accused of supplying Boko Haram. And it was so serious at the time that the then Brigadier General Onyema Nwachukwu, the spokesman at the defense headquarters, talked about that the matter was receiving some strategic attentions. But again, like everything in Nigeria, he talks about it. We don't get to hear anything. Just like we're told that there were up to 400 Boko Haram adherents, Boko Haram sponsors of Boko Haram, and that they were identified. Some of them were even prosecuted in the UAE. But in Nigeria, nothing was done about it. We never get to hear about it, anything like that. Now, the same Turkey that were accused of sponsoring Boko Haram, we are told they are now trying to supply Nigeria with all these things. So a lot of things just doesn't make sense, And again, this doesn't happen. It doesn't seem like it's just a one-time occurrence, So now, Prof, I'm finishing. Like, Prof, let me ask you, what is your take in all this? Do you believe that this is just, maybe we're just being unnecessarily afraid or, sentimental about all this? Or do you think that there is a genuine concern that there are actually people who might be having some Islamization agenda in the current government? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Agbo. You've spoken well. Well, I don't have the intelligence report or anything to confirm what you've said, but what you said is a common knowledge in the social media, right? But so I cannot say it's somebody in government who can confirm that. If you have more information, whether what you're saying is true or not. But there is this palpable fear of Christians or other people, this fear of potential Islamization. And that's why at the beginning I said a government does not only trade on hope, it has to also pay attention to the fears and address them and put measures in place to assure every Nigerian that these things are not going to happen. But unfortunately, we are not getting that. But there is something about Nigeria that I want to say. And this goes back to about 2,500 years ago. Aristotle once said something, I think, in his book, Politics, paragraph 285.8 to 23 to 22 to 23. He said, if a people are not resentful and resistant to despotic government or any form, he said, then they are natural slaves. So we see this thing about Nigeria, government after government, before Buhari, before Jonathan, before Obasanjo, military government going back. And things keep happening. But we as citizens have never really done anything to massively resist despotic governance, bad rulership, totalitarianism or so. So he said, if we don't do it, then we have tagged ourselves, defined ourselves as natural slaves. These people that you are talking about that have been in government, they don't have two heads, as we say in Nigeria. And all of them put together, probably they're not up to 100 or 200,000. The so-called people that keep circulating themselves, the elites that still circulating themselves. So the question at this point is, how do we mobilize Nigerians to begin to take back our country? Because these people have failed us. And that's why some people are saying this oncoming election is crucial. Are we going to select the candidates that will begin to turn the ship of the state around? Because the election is critical. The way you and I can address that problem, the way we can note that if you put somebody with trust in power, they can make those kinds of intelligence, they can be honest with Nigerians and say this is a plan. But if people don't go out and vote, people don't mobilize other Nigerians, right? I feel there are Nigerians in everywhere, Northerners, Southerners, Easterners, Westerners, everybody, middle belt, every religion. We're at the point where there is a critical mass of people that believe beyond religion for a good governance, for the country to go forward. We're all suffering, but we seem not to know how to collectively generate power to fight the system. And we are a kind of people that, as if we don't know how to resist despotic power. And that's why Aristotle said that if you don't know how to resist despotic power, if you are not resentful of despotic power, he said that you made yourself a natural slave. Because now the problem in Nigeria is that people want, I once talked to a woman when a particular president was in power. And I said, look, this man is not doing well. He's from our area. She said, well, the fools from other regions have ruled. The fools from other states have ruled. Now it is the time for the fool of our own region to rule. And she has no problem with that. So we know things are wrong. But because of our religious and ethnic sentiments, we just look the other way. Right? So, and I think that we are at the point where we begin to say, what can we do as citizens across this? Because this issue of poverty, kidnapping, education affects everybody. If we begin to take charge of the government from the local government, the state government, and the federal level, maybe eventually we'll put people there that can work for us. Yeah, so what you are saying is many people have expressed that sentiment, right? But the way we can fight it for now is we have a democratic system. How do we take over the levers of power in the state? And how do we mobilize fellow Nigerians so that we can all come together, and do something? Because our complaining on social media and stating here will not really help us. Those people that want to do harm to the country, there are teeth working, they're on the ground. The question is that are we on the ground working to elect the kind of government that we want, or we are on social media alone? Social media is very important, but we should begin to think about resisting. And even if Obi comes in, Tinubu comes in, whatever they give us, if you put the momentum on to say we'll resist bad governance and put their feet to fire, maybe the next 5 years or 10 years we'll begin to see things turn around. Right?
Okay.
I cannot confirm the intelligence report that you are saying because I don't have access to them.
All right. So thank you, OC. Prof, I want, let's take 3 people at a time. So if you can take notes so that we can, because the other people waiting to ask you questions and we're running out of time. Rohan, you're next.
Yeah, I can stay for some a few more minutes after. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. Rohan, you're next.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph, for having me on the platform. You're most welcome, Prof. I actually listen to the way you dissect issues and points. But quickly, I would want you to share your thought when Mr. Obi was addressing a group of people in the church. What is your thought about that as a hopeful Nigerian president? What do you think? Because most of them, generally the top 3 contenders we're having, or 4 or 5, it's like they are not quite sensitive in the way they choose their words since they started the issue of this campaign. But I want you to share your thought about your sentiment about the statement of Mr. Peter Obi. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Rohan. Ify, you are next. Now unmute yourself, Ify. Okay, you did. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sure.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Hey, Prof, good morning. You spoke very well, very, very well. I was listening to you in and out of my work. And I wrote down some certain things, some questions I need to ask you to elaborate more. I am so concerned with the upcoming election. If care is not taken, or rather, we are on the verge of disintegration. Nobody knows what's going to happen with the outcome of this election. As I'm talking to you, I am very frightened because we don't know what's going to happen. Lexi said this thing. Lexi was on the show a couple weeks ago, and he was there yesterday. And he said something. The question we need to ask ourselves, do we honestly believe that we will ever be united as in Nigeria, as a country? That question is very, very concerning. And by that, I mean, we are so much divided by religion, by tribe. And Lexi said, why not we go our separate ways? Because this is not working. Forefathers attacked him. I said the same thing 2 weeks ago, and forefathers attacked me and said, oh, we've tried it. It didn't work. This is not working for us. We don't even love each other. So how can we keep saying that we need to stay united as a country? Russia was a former USSR with other 14 countries. They tried to stay together. Eventually, they disintegrated and went their separate ways. Why can't that happen in Nigeria? You mentioned something about the election, INEC being centralized. I live in the United States. We have a midterm upcoming election. I've voted. Every state, you mentioned it here, have their own election electronic voting system in all the states. Why can't we have that in Nigeria? How are we going to be assured that this upcoming election is going to be free and fair? My concern as an Igbo person, and I'm not a Biafran, I don't support anybody, I don't support Nnamdi Kanu, but I'm just an Igbo person, trying just to be part of this country, but I see that it's not working. So why do we keep trying to force each other to live together? Why we don't love each other? Because what I see is that they are forcing us to accept what the Alphas are saying, accept what the Yorubas are saying, or you're not going to accept what the Igbos are saying. Let us go. Everybody go your way. However you want to rule yourself or your country is fine. The centralized system of government is not going to work in a country of 200 million people, different ethnic groups, different beliefs, different religions. I don't think it's going to work, but we keep lying to each other. Why can't we go? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Spina, you're next. I hope you're driving. Make sure we don't have insurance that will cover you over there. So, are you okay? Can you speak, or are we going to go to somebody else? All right, I don't think he can. Let me go to Janaba. You're next.
Thank you, Doctor, for having me, and thank you, Prof, and the other co-hosts. My question to you is that what do you think is the biggest problem why the Nigerian people cannot form a good government? And what do you think about the forces over the years that have helped the elite to maintain the power?
All right, thank you. All right, so Prof, you take the questions and give them the answers, and then we take the next three.
Okay, so the first one is, if I pronounce it right, Mr. or Dr. Ruhan, right? M. Ruhan. That's what I'm saying on the screen. So he said what Obi said in the church. Now, I don't have any problem politicians going to a mosque or a church to mobilize vote. Because you want to go wherever the votes are, you can go to the marketplace, you can go to the farms to get the votes. But what I would expect Obi to do, or to give equal publicity, you should also be given a chance to go to the mosques to say, you are also Nigerians, Muslims, and I appeal to you. And when, of course, if he's in the mosque, we should expect him to speak the language that the Muslims will understand. Because politics is not only about mobilizing people about your vision, also you have to tap in to some of their sentiments that resonate with you, as long as you do it within particular limit, right? In the same way, Tinubu should campaign in Christian churches and also in the mosques. Atiku should do, because they are Nigerians. I don't think that, because we can't shy away from differences. Part of pluralism is that we learn to live with the difference. So what people want is that Obi might be a Christian, and not might be, he's a Christian. Then how does he offer policies, or the way he carries himself give assurance to Muslims that if he's in power, their interests will be protected? So that's what people are looking for, right? So I don't think a politician going to church makes it bad, or going to a mosque, but it's the language with which he delivers his message, and there are limits to where he cannot go, because you cannot, as a politician, go to a mosque and say people should not vote for anybody who is not from your ethnic group of your region, while you are supposed to hold people together. You can go to a mosque and tell them, vote for me as a Christian, but I'm going to do this that will benefit you as a Northerner, as a Westerner, as a Southeastern, or as a Muslim. Because politics, we have to cater to people's different interests. At the same time, also keep our eyes on the common ball. I think this is what they are not doing, or the advisors are not asking them to do very well. So I don't think Obi going into his church automatically disqualifies him as a future Nigerian president. No. But he should extend that benefit. And somebody has even said, if there are portions of us that are even African traditional religion, a politician should be able to go and talk to those people in their shrines if he's to win their vote. Maybe because maybe that percentage is low, a politician will not go to everybody, because if he doesn't see you as a, or if he or she doesn't see you as a block of voters they can address, maybe for efficiency's sake they will not go. So I think that's what should happen. The idea that religion, there's a difference between separating church and religion, right? We don't want religious sentiments to dominate our national policies, but we cannot take religion out of the public square, because people don't go to the public square as nude and naked people. When you arrive at the public square, you arrive with a religious garment on, you arrive with an ethnic garment on. There's an idea that there is a generic Igbo man, a generic Nigerian that will be in the public square is wrong. So you cannot ask people to take away their religious identity because they are in the public square to vote or to play. But the question is, we are not going to. That was the whole idea of thinking about separation of church and state. They wanted people to come to the public square, deny who they are. No, we are not saying deny who you are. And that's what I teach my students. This debate has been going on. You're not going to deny that you are a Hausa man. You're not going to deny that you're a Muslim. You're not going to deny that you are Igbo. You're not going to deny that you are a Christian or so. The question is, are you going to be fair and follow the rule of law? Because you can't just tell people that they should deny. The point is, are you going to follow the right thing or to do? You don't. You can't ask me to be in the public and deny that I'm an German because you want to accept me as a Nigerian. No, then you are looking for a non-existent Nigerian. You are looking for somebody, a generic Nigerian. I will come to the public square as an German, but can you trust me to say I'm also a Nigerian that will cater for the Kanuris, for the Fulanis, for the Igbos, for the Yoruba, and that is what we should be doing. So somebody in Johnness or Igbo-ness, Fulaniness should not disqualify the person. Somebody positioned as a Muslim should not be disqualified. But are we fair enough in this country to say, one, somebody is a Muslim, I can be fair. And if that person happens to be Christians, we can also be fair. I think that is the kind of debate that we have. And then when we are coming to make public policy, we are not going to make public policy that or public appointments that favor only people from one religion. That is the issue we should be debating, not people's identity. Because you cannot make them take off their identity because they want to serve you as a nation. Because that's who they are. So that's so the if his question about disintegration, that she has a fear. One fear that people have also expressed. This is one election where we have candidates from 3 major tribes, and beyond whatever thing that we thought could be fueling disintegration, these 3 tribes that people say are the tripod that holds Nigeria. We're at a very delicate point. Because if something happens to Obi, or Obi does not win in a particular way, some Igbos may think that it's a slight on Igbos. And that will heighten up this thing. So you see where we have the Yorubas, we have the Hausas, and the Hausa Fulani, and the Yoruba. So we're at a delicate point where people need to be matured. So that's why I agree with you that we're at a very delicate, dangerous point, because this election could easily dovetail or break into a three-sided war that no person can control. And the thing about it is that it might not happen before the election. The most dangerous point in Africa is always after the day of the election, when the result comes out and people are very unhappy. So our sister Ife offers that, you know what, this country is not working. Why can't we go our separate way? That is a sentiment based on experience. You cannot fault people's experience. But not all of us believe that we should go our own way. And not all of us believe that we don't have ways of uniting the country. We have ways, but our ruling class is not ready to do that. And we are not, some of the founding forefathers and parents, mothers of this country decided to give us federalism. But right from the first military coup, from Agui Ironsi down, we're just having federalism on paper, but it's not in reality. And we concentrated everything at the federal level. And it's not working. We are not allowing each region to establish their own identity and work at their own pace. And the federal government should be concerned with the general things. We are not doing that. But there are ways we can build a sense of co-belonging. And that's why 2019, I published a book called Ethics and Society in Nigeria, History, Identity and Political Theory. And there are chapters there to see how can the ruling class build a coherent Nigeria. It's possible. I mean, to be very frank, right, it may seem that we are more fragmented. But while grown up, now if I go to Nigeria, sometimes it's difficult to differentiate the accent of an Igbo man. Also, in the past, it was so obvious. We are having more mixture, we are having more marriage, we are doing things together. And if we have worked on this nation building project, we would have gone very far. But the ruling class is not doing that. And it's not that our intellectuals or scholars don't know what to say. Some of us have been saying it, but it's not in the material interest of the ruling class. That would take me to the last question about Abbas. He said, "What is the biggest obstacle to Nigeria functioning or so to governance? Is this issue?" In a simple term, it could relate to this issue of what Ife is talking about. We don't have a federal system. So when you concentrate everything in one place, everybody wants to use every arsenal. They will weaponize religion, ethnicity to get to the center and steal as much as possible. So if the state has become the major means of production in our society, then tension will build up to get access to the place. But if you decentralize it and there is really no money to be made at the federal level, right? As long as there's money to be made at the state level or the federal state level, we are going to have this problem. So I feel we should decentralize the government at every level. So the state is not the major means of production, and the state doesn't have arbitrary powers. And at every stage, we should also take out things from the control of the state and put it into the private sector. So let people go and struggle out there. Right? For instance, why should MPC, the oil, be owned by the federal government? Why can't, as in the US, the Texas owns their oil, Alaska owns their oil, and they pay tax to the federal? And even in Alaska or Texas, it's not the state that owns the oil. There are private businesses that own it, and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, when we put, like, even if you take that out, people will not go there to fight. But when you concentrate on the wealth of the country at the hands of one man, the president, and he can allocate it in whichever way he wants. There is a recipe for problems. So we have too much of the state, and the state is not doing what it's supposed to do. So we are not running a federal system. We are not running a capitalist system. We are running what they call a state capitalist system, and these are the obstacles. So once you have that, then the fight to get to power becomes very intense, and the elites will use religion, ethnicity, whatever they will use to get to that place of power where they can distribute the wealth of society. Politics in Nigeria is not directed at nation building. It's not directed at developing the economy. It's directed at stealing and corruption. And that's why the country cannot go forward. Corruption has already killed the country. It's just waiting to bury us. But why is there so much corruption? Because we've concentrated so much power at one place where people can easily get to office and steal, and there's no accountability. State government has security votes. They can put $1 billion into it, or equivalent of $2 million, $3 million, and no one gives accountable. That is something they can take. I've had cases where if you go and visit a state governor, or if you are going, he will just give you, excuse me, $50,000 cash, and no one will question him. I had a case. I think this was in the 90s, a personal case. I went to visit in New York the president of Sierra Leone, the then president of Sierra Leone. His son was my classmate at Columbia when I was doing my MBA. As I knew him in New York before he became the president of Sierra Leone. So he came for his first UN. I think I was working on Wall Street. So I went with his son. His son too was working on Wall Street to visit his dad. So we were waiting for his dad to come down. So the dad came down and he said, the dad was very angry. I said, so what is happening? He said on his way from Sierra Leone, he visited Nigeria. And he visited Abdul Salam. He said when he was leaving, Abdul Salam gave him a gold watch. So there were a lot of people in the presidency. And each of those gold watches cost at that time, in the early mid-90s, $100,000. So the president just gave him one. There's a lot of it in a pack, a gift. So he came to New York, put it in his hotel room. That morning, he did not find it. One of his guards had stolen the watch. And the president's argument was that if my guard can steal my watch, that guard can also kill me. Now, while they were talking about stealing their watch, how was they thinking? You mean the Nigerian president would have tons of watches, each of them costing $100,000, that when people come to visit him, he will just give it out? What kind of accountability is that? I learned that when, I don't know, it was in the news after it's correct, when Nelson Mandela came out of prison, he visited Nigeria. He visited the president at that time, and when he was going, he was giving cash of $20 million. And the man said, how could a country do that? He was so afraid that he thought it was a set of alarm. He called the British ambassador to say, look, this is what they give me. That the country is giving me money to go and help build South Africa, to help build, win the election. But they give it to me in cash. That is the kind of country that we have. And so whoever wants to get there will have that. Rudolph Okonkwo is here. If his friends become president of Nigeria, by June next year, you will hear that he's a billionaire. So why would he not try to use everything to get to that power? That is why the country is not going forward. Politicians have too much power to disperse and distribute and do whatever they like with the money, the state money in their hand.
So, thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Doctor.
Prof,
I'm going to leave so you can allow somebody. I'm not cutting off with your show, so I'm so sorry. I'm going to leave. Thank you for coming. Forefather, hold the ground.
All right, Prof, thank you so much for mentioning that. People said that I was responsible for Buhari being president. So if I could make somebody a president, why wouldn't I make myself a president? I know we didn't get to that point. Can you help? I'll get other people to ask their questions. But can you help when you pick up the questions and you want to address them? Talk about the media, the role of the media. You were once in the media in Lagos, because sometimes people don't understand the role of the media in all this. So there is a perception that if you're in the media and you are critical of a particular government, you are being sponsored by the people who are trying to get in. So maybe you'll have opportunity to address that when you take the next question. Chukwudi, you are next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for inviting Prof. And Prof, thank you for your scholarly analysis. However, I have a lot of misgivings about what's going on in Nigeria. Nigeria is basically a theocracy. A theocracy is government of thieves, by thieves, for thieves. I invented it. So the thieves on the outside are praying, fasting, sowing to get on the inside. And when they get inside, they steal at a higher rate than the thieves that are already there. Secondly, there are two major tribes involved in the current election. The Fulanis are not a major tribe in Nigeria. So I want to dispel that misconception. You have Tinubu, who is Yoruba, and Obi, who is Igbo. Thirdly, this concept of unity. No country is united. In Germany, there is Lower Saxony fighting Middle Saxony and Upper Saxony. In Belgium, there are the Flemish fighting the French. In Italy, there's Northern Italy against Southern Italy. In America, there is Yankee against the rebels. What we need is a good manager. And federalism is a way of managing diversity. If you can unite something, tell me how to unite Islam and Christianity. It's not possible. Can you do that in Lebanon? No. Can you do that in Nigeria? No. We need a good manager. I want us to stop talking about this unity. And true federalism is a way of bringing in the desired changes in Nigeria. And coming to, this one is a personal question, Prof. If somebody whose politics and ethics are at variance with yours, would you accept a consultancy job with that person? I will stop here.
Right.
Maybe, but one more thing I wanted to say. This is something I'm also proposing. We have a genetic problem. And maybe one day I'll be on a stage discussing it. Some of our problems are genetic. I've written a lot on that. And some people disagree. I've gotten some converts now, but we have a genetic problem. I will stop there.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Let me just remind people that I'm sorry, Mr. Scribe, you are next, but I want to limit it to one question so that we can get to, but because I didn't say it before, go ahead, Mr. Scribe.
Dr. Rudolph, I was hoping you would never say it, so I can hold you to it. You know, I have a barrage of questions. Professor Nimi, thank you so much. I've learned so much. Your perspective is fresh, and it's giving me some food for thought. To be very honest, I've been listening since. Welcome as well. My question. I don't know. I just feel like, identity. Like you said, Nigeria is conquest delivered. Religion is conquest delivered to us as Africans and our historical past. And do you see, how can we evolve our identities to somewhat supersede it? And like you've rightly said, everyone needs to, we all need to kind of find a way where the regions and the identities can flourish. And I totally agree with you. And so, but my question is now, how can we sort of, what methods can be applied where the religion and everything that was conquest delivered to us even the name Nigeria was conquest delivered to us. How can we, now that we are no longer, we're supposedly now rulers of ourselves, quote unquote, and how can we then now sort of like take charge and allow our identities to flourish and come to the forefront? I have other questions, but I'll just.
Of course.
Okay.
Man of peace, you are next.
Hello?
Yeah, you're
Can you
next,
hear
man
me?
of peace. Yeah. Oh,
Can you hear me?
prestige. Sorry. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, Professor. I was not privy to hear, when you made your sermon, so I don't really know what the topic is. So, in my opinion, I'm just going to ask what I think I can ask. Is it relevant to the Constitution? I don't know if you can answer that question, or it's going to be another day. So the point I'm trying to make, a lot of people have been clamoring for the reconstruction of the Constitution. I've not been privy to read it, so I can't make a point on that. They say that's the Nigerian problem. So including my question about Buhari having a portfolio, is that constitutionally right for Buhari to have a portfolio as a president? That's not obtainable in other countries. So just you can answer any one of them. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Prof.
Okay, so the second person that asked the question, Rudolph, after you, I didn't get the person's name. So is it Fathers?
No, not yet. Chukwode.
Okay. Okay, so I would respond to the question as Rudolph Okonkwo asked a question about the role of the media in Nigerian politics. We have to understand that the media, just like I said about the university, about politicians, we are all infected with the viruses of ethnicity and religiosity, right? So the media also plays that. People are very distrustful of the media. Like if you're in the East, they'll tell you the Lagos Ibadan Aziz, as if to say that is a Yoruba media. But people that work in Lagos, like Rudolph, some of us that were okay in the bed, we're not Yorubas, right? But people just have that idea that, oh, you cannot trust the media, that the media could be used one way or the other. And that the media has been used to inflame ethnic sentiments. They will always say the media can also be bribed. Like somebody wrote recently that how a former governor of Lagos State was distributing land to people, or when cell phone first came out in Nigeria, give everybody free cell phones, right? So those kinds of things tend to corrupt. And let us also not forget, part of the 1960s, the massacre in Kano was fueled by BBC Hausa service, right? To tell people what was happening. And so we've always had this case about the Nigerian media being imbricated and implicated in some of the political stuff. So not that they are not national level conscious newspapers, but also journalists have also been mobilized, just like the way we mobilize religion also. As a matter of fact, a lot of politicians open, when they want to go to elections, especially in the 90s or 2000s, they go and set up newspapers because they need that platform to fight. That brings us to my point that the corruption in the country is deep at every level. Even with the appointment of the central bank governors, right? You have to be, it rotates, not that we're looking for the best economist or accountant or banker to lead. It goes to the north, it will come to the south. Like, so at any point in time, we are playing that game. What makes another person, if you can make another person a president, why can't you make yourself a president? Sometimes as politicians, they still check who is more appealable based on religion or ethnicity. Who can go? So they pull the best horse forward, and they think that at the end of the day, if that person gets there, we have agreement, I can still make my money. Or some people don't want the public scrutiny of being there, and therefore they will do that. Excuse me. Okay, so that's what happened. Shukidi said about our politicians being corrupt. Yes, they're corrupt, but one of the problems we have in Nigeria is that we don't have the citizens financing their election. And so politicians invest a lot of money to get there, and they have to get it back. Now, some of you may not know, 2014-15, I was talking to a group of politicians, ex-governors or so, and I said, at the election rate then, what will it take to contest for governorship? They all gave me a $20 to $30 million as at January 2015. That is how much it takes, from the primaries to paying for campaign officials, to bribing chiefs, paying everybody, to having the security, bribing the police, the army, and everybody. It takes that much money. Anybody who has gone close to that know that our election costs a lot of money. Election everywhere costs money. Obama spent $1 billion for his second run. But the good thing is about that, all came from people donating $3, $4 or so. We don't have that system. As a matter of fact, we go to politicians and we ask for what they can give to us. What are we going to get? So we don't really have a system. So when they go there, even to recoup what they put in there, it's enormous. You go to a traditional ruler, he said, can you mobilize your community to vote? He will show you an uncompleted building and he ask the politician to complete it for him. When we volunteer, we expect to be paid in that way. So the system has its own issue. Politicians are corrupt, but the citizens also are not willing to finance. Of course, when people are poor and when people feel like whatever you do, the politicians are not going to repair the road or do something, you can also blame the citizen for not saying, I'm not going to put my 10 naira or 1,000 naira into any politician, right? That is it. So, and the issue that Atiku is a Fulani, that is true, from Adamawa. But the way the Nigerian politics has been played, the Hausa Fulani as almost, when it comes to politics, as one ethnic group. And that is where they talk about one ethnic group. That is where you see. After Buhari is Fulani and half Kanuri. Abacha is half Kanuri. But because of the Ottoman Danfodio revolution and that on all the places in the Hausa land also, the ruling elites, the emirs are always descendants of Ottoman Danfodio, who was a Fulani. So there has been a forging of that. So that's why it's not for frivolity that people talk about the Hausa Fulani bloc. Right? And that's why Atiku was also riding on to talk about vote me from the north. He's playing on that sentiment that he's seen as part of a major bloc. A minority person who has a sense that his group is a minority in Nigeria wouldn't speak the way he speaks. So from his own thinking himself, he doesn't see himself as separate from the House of Learning. Otherwise, why would he play the ethnic card the way he played it? Because he understands that there is some kind of hegemonic interest here in the north. I will say that. Then, so Shukudi is also correct to say we should have a true federalism. And that's what Ifi also said, and I have also said, we should sit down and clearly have a true federalism for things to work. What is in the common pot? How can we build the common pot? And how can we do? He then asked a personal question that will you accept a consultancy from a person whose ethics and politics is at variance with mine? No, I will not accept. Right? Even when I worked as a consultant on Wall Street, we have limits, right? So I'm not going to just accept any job that comes my way because I'm not that desperate for money to sell my soul for a pot of food or money or for a pot of gold. Yeah, so we should begin to, but the question is asked is very fundamental. In Nigeria, do we have people with moral core to say, I'm not going to accept an appointment? Let's say, for instance, if there's a military coup in Nigeria and a soldiers take over. Offer the post to somebody. Some of the people that have been talking about democracy, they will take the position as a minister. They'll say, it's my time to shop. Right. So we don't have this, but that is also because as a country, we've not built what they call a comprehensive moral vision. What is the comprehensive moral vision that holds us together? There is not. So people tend to make up their ethics based on situation where they are. There is no common consensus on what Nigeria is. What is the vision of Nigeria? How we should go about it? It doesn't exist. So even holding people to different ethics, people say we don't have a common ethics. So we not have leaders that even forge a sense of belonging, that this is what Nigeria stands for. And therefore, if you are against it, you are against the country. We don't seem to have that kind of stuff. So, and finally, Mr. Scribe said, how do we manage the country for everybody to flourish? It comes down to all that we have said. How do we get the leaders? They may not be perfect this time around. I don't want people to give up. Maybe we'll not get the perfect person. There'll be another one. How do we manage, put people in place that right now we are going backwards, right? How can we begin to go forward? How can we begin to go forward? We need leaders that can stabilize us, and we begin to see how we can move forward. And that would mean truly sitting down to renegotiate the structure of the country, the way the country should be governed. And I tell people, if we don't have this discussion about governance through federalism, even if the Igbos break away, the Ijaws, the Yorubas break away, this same problem will just be transferred to the local level. We are still going to deal with this politician. We are still going to deal with this bad governor because we've not agreed on the structure of governance and the vision and what we should do. So just run away from the federal level is only, we are just trying to bury our head in the sun. These same politicians, when they begin to rule us in Southeast or in the South or in the Northwest, they are going to exhibit the same bad attitude. So we should sit down and draw up a constitution and negotiate how powers should be shared, who has the stuff or so, and deal with that. And I think in Nigeria, there's basic insincerity about people and basic dishonesty. Let me put this question. As a minority, it came to me. Before oil, the revenue was palm oil, palm kernel belongs to the Southeast Igbos, the cocoa to the north, the granite to the south, the cotton, the granite and cotton to the north. Immediately the oil came in, what did the three big tribes do? They colluded together to change the formula. Why did somebody speak up, say, this is what we need to do? That kind of sincerity is not there. And so even as minorities don't feel that they are being carried along. Now people are complaining, but why can't somebody say, this is wrong? How many people from these big tribes are really speaking up that the oil belongs to where it stays? Now there's oil in Abia State. Let people take care of it. Because we all want that money to be in the central purse to benefit all of us. That sincerity is not there. Or when all these pastors that are talking and people are talking, when in the passenger time, he went to raise down OD and in Town because he was looking for a criminal, how many people came up and spoke for the Ijaws? So this is the kind of thing we have, that when an Igbo man experiences a problem, if I'm the North, I think it's not my problem. If I'm a German, it's not my problem. If I'm a Yoruba man, but any person that suffers in Nigeria should be the problem of all of us. When we begin to do that, we begin to blame politicians. Why can't a problem occurring in the North be the problem of the Igbo man? Or be the problem of the Yoruba man or a German? But we tend to think that it's their own problem. We don't care. So when there's an injustice, as Martin Luther King said, if there's an injustice in one area to one person, it's an injustice to all of us. This is how we as citizens can begin to fight for one another, can begin to say we as a people are united. But we don't see that kind of support for others. We always most of us will rise up to fight or to speak when it concerns our region or when it concerns our gender. If women are suffering, how many Nigerian men think that all Nigerians are suffering? We don't seem to do that. So we have a long way in building this sense of national unity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. There's a question. I've been accused of ignoring people who are leaving questions on the comments. So there's one from Eddie. He said, are you willing to die for Nigeria, Prof? So we had a debate here a few days ago, where we asked people if they were willing to die for Nigeria. Is Nigeria worth dying for? So when you take the next three questions, maybe you can address that. That's from Eddie. All right. The next person is Forefathers. You're next. Oh, hold on, Forefathers, because we have Spinner has been trying to drive in, and I told him we're not responsible for any accident. But let's see if he can
How are you?
get a chance.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How are you? My name is Paul. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go
happened?
ahead.
Yeah, I planned to be on the show, but I had to drive to Colorado Springs. So I was listening to you guys coming from Colorado Springs to Denver. I'm in Colorado. But anyway, I mean, I don't think I
Okay.
have much. I didn't, comprehend most of the stuff you guys were saying. But from today, I'm gonna be on your show. I'm almost back in my house, so I'm gonna keep listening. I don't really have much. But Professor, whatever you do, don't say anything. It's not. If you do that, please, you're gonna make us look bad. Don't say that, man.
All right. We didn't hear what you said very well,
You,
but
you,
when you get home, when you get home, you can join again.
don't-
Okay.
Okay.
You're cutting off. Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
we
So
Okay.
yeah, you want to.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Wait. Bye. All right. Forefathers. Go ahead.
All right, I will try to. Thank you for coming in, Professor, and I appreciate the time you have dedicated to us. And greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. I've heard some people talk about how they prefer true federalism, and if I'm not attacking you, all I said was that we've tried that before, and all it was slavery and colonization. We've all gone our ways before. It never did us any good. My problem is what has been bothering me since I started finding out information about Nigeria. Because I know we have very intelligent people in Nigeria, like yourself, professors, and one of the highest density of professors in Africa. How did we never know, or have not heard any professor say that our national defense is not normal, that is very low, and all African black people, that's black countries, their defense is very low? How did that happen that no one picked up on that? How is it that measly me, I'm not a professor, I'm not even close, I just looked at the numbers and saw that something is wrong? Because we talk about constitution, maybe there is another agreement our leaders signed that kept our defense at this level. And if you don't fix that, anything else you do is just papering over the toys. Because at the core of it, a nation cannot exist as a sovereign state. We have been compromised. I found out recently that the oil theft is even deeper than we thought. We were thinking that it's just pipeline and all that. That even the one that they are actually selling legally, they are not bringing the actual funds back to Nigeria. They are keeping them. They are stealing more of the funds too. So, and nobody, whenever they raise these issues, it is buried. The whole establishment is so, people like to say they are corrupt. I'd like to say they are compromised based on something that we don't know. There is something greater out there that is making all these people become compromised. And all of them run to Washington and the UK constantly. You never see them run to China or India or Russia or anywhere else. It's just these two countries, and they were our former colonizers. There is something fundamentally wrong. So I just want you to address that. Why is it that no one has picked up on the core issue that our nation is not truly sovereign?
All right. Thank you, Forefathers. Julia, next. One question, please.
Hello, Professor. Good morning. Good afternoon. Well, my question is, this issue of people being scared of division, and the reason they often give is, if they divide now, you still have the same problem, whatever. But when we look into the secular world, even when companies become so, when companies or entities become so big, for proper management, they divide, they split in order to better manage it. Now, I believe if we divide, before ever we will start, we'll have to have a solid document, legal document, framework, legal framework. We may call it constitution on how we are going to exist in that, enclave, whatever new, whatever new enclave or geographical enclave that everybody is going to retreat to. Okay, that will govern us. It will not be like Nigeria as it is today that have fraudulent, what is it called? That have fraudulent document that was handed by military crooks led by Abubakar Salami. Okay, now we're going to do that. Now, how do you think, what will you say to that? That if we divide everybody with that kind of document, every individual, every group will be able to manage their own thieves, will be able to hold their own thieves accountable. For instance, if we have Biafra now, I think somebody like what is it called? Somebody like all these governors, all these crooked governors in the east. Okay, Uzodinjo, hopeless Uzodinjo, all of them.
Omahi.
Devil Umahi and all the rest. We'll be able to handle them. We'll be able to handle them. It can't be like they'll be going to worship Buhari and bowing down before him and then being their stooge, being his stooge to do whatever he wants, so that they continue to steal from our region and use it to continue to sponsor terrorism that is coming to kill us. They will take resources from our land, use it to sponsor terrorism, and ship the terrorists to our land to be killing us as it is today. So I believe, I want you to speak on that, because I don't buy that idea at all. We'll be able to manage our things much better than now.
All right. Thank you, Jude. Ike, you're next. You have to unmute yourself, Ike. Okay, hold on. Let me do that for you. Okay, go ahead, Ike. Go ahead.
Yeah, I say good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are listening out. Sorry, Rodolph, I just came in. I don't know the point of discussion yet. I'm just listening. So
okay,
maybe
all right. Thank you.
Better you can let me know what the topic is all about. I'm still here listening.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll come back to you next. Just keep listening. Okay. CM, you're next.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Prof, and then good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being our guest today, and then we've all benefited from your knowledge and the understanding of what Nigeria really is from your point of view. Well, what I want to bring to a fore is this: the truths that are self-evident. Number one, Nigeria is a conglomeration of different nations. They did not willingly, number two, they did not willingly come together. They were forced to come together. Number three, the people that forced them to come together did so, and they've explained. There was something I could have referred to, but I couldn't get it when you were speaking. A British permanent secretary, either Peter Smithers, either 1962, he studied at Oxford. He confessed that in one of his articles in the Times of London, he said, or letter to the editor, he said they wanted to experiment to see if they can bring people of different and then see if they can become a nation. I think if I have it, I will offer. When I retrieve it, I send it to Rudolph. Maybe we get to you. Now, these are truths that are self-evident. Now, because we want to be a federation, the only way you manage a federation is if they agree based on an article of faith. So until that is done, that's why I always refer to what Bola Ige said. At the height of June 12 crisis, I don't usually listen to such people, but at least I followed Nadeku. The guy said he may be alive, he must have died, but for Nigeria to make a march forward, they must sit down and answer two questions. One, are they willing to remain together with the geography that is from a chart be bounded? That is the way the geography is now in terms of landmass. If the answer is yes, under what condition? That condition means constitution, because I believe the people of Ogoni, because sometimes when they discuss Nigeria, they think it's only Igbo, Yoruba, and this thing. Until I read a book by the late, what is this man called? Hi, Oronto Douglas. Oronto Douglas. He's an environmental rights activist. I respect him. He read law in UK here. He said, when I read it and see what the Ogonis have gone through, I'm from Anambra State. I can drill a borehole in my father's compound and get clean water without treating it away drink. I wonder if Ogoni people can do that because of environmental degradation. Now, what I'm trying to point out is that if we have to fashion what will, because all these things to develop Nigeria is simple, but let us agree on a document so that Ogoniman will say his mind, the way he want to relate with Igbo man, the way he want to relate with the Fulani, Hausa, and Yoruba. The Yoruba man will say the way he want to relate with the Kanuri. Chekiri will say the same thing. Probably they will come with more than 100 items in the shopping basket, but by bargaining, we might reduce it to 2. And when we agree, because that is the constitution that will guide us. So until we arrive at this conclusion, we are going nowhere. I think that's what Bola Ige said. And they have noticed this since then. Nigeria has been going back, down. Unless we feel that I can lord it over you. If I lord it over you, I can get away with it. Maybe Igbo man will lord it over a German or Urobo and then get away with it. He feels that he is developing. Or we check it away, we lord it over Isoko. If he is developing, Fulani will lord it over the Tiv and the Juku. That is the reason, because if we say it, this idea that Fulani will come and be taking land and sacking people in Plateau and TV land and taking their land, it will be in the constitution. You can't do that. It will be, everybody will agree to it. So until we do that, that is the day the wisdom of going forward starts moves. Federation works in Brazil. The state of Minas Gerais do not have to move from Belo Horizonte to Brasilia to go and look for fund at the end of the month. Just like the state of West Rhine-Westphalia in Germany has to go to Berlin, or the state of New South Wales in Australia should go to Canberra. So we know it, even in Canada. So why is Nigeria delaying the doomsday? Why do we like to permutate? Everything derived from that, because even to come and defend the country, some people will tell you, no, I won't go. Because he felt that, why should you push me into it? That was what made Mohammed Ali to dodge the draft. He said, how can I'm being treated poorly as a black man in America, and you are telling me to go and defend a white in Vietnam? They didn't do anything to me. He refused. So something like that trust deficit is so enormous that until Nigeria addresses it, we are not going anywhere. We might be thinking that we are making a progress. You can't force people to love. The way you love is, if I feel there's an interest, if job feels that they are highly protected by Nigerian constitution, Ijoman can move mountain to defend Nigeria. The same thing with Igbo, Yoruba, and all the rest. So when we're saying all these things, Nigeria like to paper over the top, over the problem. Ever since then, I keep referring to Bola Ige's those two questions. Bola Ige's no more, but I'm still remembering what he said, and everything derives from it. We can't paper it over. We can't assume that we are united, we love each other, or we love Nigeria, and then you want to impose the law, obtain the far country that Nigeria should implement it. It can never work. Otherwise, you can't railroad people to go into a conference and agree on one particular thing, unless their interest is protected, and have to listen to them. No matter the population, in federation, everybody cannot be equal in a numerical strength. As little as Ogoni, their population compared to maybe the Yoruba is, they have to have equal share on the table. Failing to do that, you can never buy their loyalty. Thank you.
All right. Can I go on?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you can go. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, CM, I totally agree with the point. And because I'm going to start from you as the last speaker and go on to Julian. This is the point I was making. And you made it eloquently, better than I did when I first talked about it, that until we agree on those elements of governance or so, the country cannot move forward. That's why I said federalism, we must first agree on the system of governance, then even at the local level. So that's what I say. So your point is very valid that these issues we're talking about, even if we break the country into 6 regions, right, or into even multiples of that, the issues you've raised, if we don't address it, it's going to bedevil us even at that smaller Nigeria or whatever name we call it level. So you are very right. And that's why I said, yes, we need to this thing. What maybe Julian misunderstood me. I never said you cannot manage the country at a lower level. I'm saying that unless you work out these issues, we're only transferring the problem from the bigger level to the smaller level. And I think he also came to the same point that we need to articulate our system of governance, right? So until we have consensus on that, so that's why I keep telling people that the idea that let's just break up may sound very passionate and good, right? But many of us are not thinking about, okay, before even we break up, have we done that homework? Have we come out with that kind of structure, that kind of constitution? At least, even here, like in America, when the Republicans or Democrats are not in power, sometimes they have a group working on legislations, how things should look. So the minute they get to power, they bring it for the politicians to implement, right? So that's why I'm saying that what CM has said and what Julian has said is very correct. If we don't work out these things, yes, through federalism, but through federalism is not only when we are Nigeria as we are, it's also if people decide to break up at that level, will they still believe in that, what CM has said, the true sense of pluralism and co-belonging of everybody? If that sentiment is not there, it will be just easy to say, I'm going to manage my own set of rulers or chiefs better. Those chiefs have found a way to overrun all of us, whether even at the local government level. So what CM has said is very important. That is the kind of thing that we need to have. So years ago, I mean 7 years ago, I said, okay, fine. 2 things. I wrote an article also. I said, 2 things we need to do, right? We need to think about the kind of constitution, the governance system that will work for us, right? Like along the way, CM has said, let us decide on what the true federalism, what the governance structure will be down to the local government. You know what? And let us have a referendum. My idea of a referendum that let us have a country decide that we will manage to stay together, say for 20 years or 25 years or X number, 10 years, whatever people decide, and then have a referendum. If at the end of 25 years, a group says they don't want to stay, give them the no fight, nothing, they're automatically free to go. So we set up the kind of governance structure that we want, like CM has said, and people decide how they want to break up. We say, okay, fine, let's give it one more trial. That structure is there. And after 20, 25 years, 15 years, whatever is what people will agree, we then say, you know what? Okay, somebody says, we in River State, we in Southeast, we in West, or Middle Belt, we don't want to stay. Let them have a vote. If the majority of them decide, just the way they have in Scotland or other places, the majority of them says, we can go. Let them go. But create a system of governance where everybody can sense a sense of belonging. If after 10, 15, 20 years, whatever we agree on, no one will impose that years upon us. You say, we've tried though, it's not working. And people can quietly go away in peace. But this idea that we can hold people ransom, hostage, that they cannot go away for a country that they were forcefully put together. It's not a problem. But we need to find a way to say, okay, how can we come up with a good governance? And if that is built into the constitution, right, probably it will lessen some of this. If people know that after 25 years, okay, yeah, I've tried. Let's go our own way, right? And other people will now work to say, how do we make the country better that the Ijaw man, the Rivers man, the Yoruba man will not go? But as long as if people are putting a gun to our head, we must remain together. We are not discussing the system of governance. We're not discussing how we are going to go. And there is no exit point. You must give people an exit point in every. I think in Nigeria will come to the point where people need to have an exit point built into the constitution. Even if we've done all this good governance system, I still believe that there should be an exit clause in the constitution to say, but we can't have that exit clause every year. We can say 10, 20, 15, 30 years, we're coming to the year. Do you want to exit? If you don't go at that time, then give us another 10 years, 20 years, 15 years, 25 years to drive the marriage. Now, this is my idea, and I'm saying it's perfect. But there's the kind of discussion we need to have. How do we remain together? And if we want to exit, how do we exit? These are things that we need to put. For the fact that Britain put us together in 1914 doesn't mean that we must be stuck with that. We should come out with what would work for us. Then going back to forefathers, he said our leaders behave as if they are compromised. Yeah, oftentimes it's true, because this Western intelligence know where they keep all their money, have access to their money, and they're compromised in all sorts of ways. So those leaders will use those compromises to blackmail them. Then the issue of why our defense is so low, that I say no one has said anything about it. I will push back on it a bit, because a lot of people who have this and have said it. Even when I did the consulting for the federal government to say economic dimensions of national security, I said, I'm not an expert on war, but if your economy is not right, I'm an economist, then you cannot create a good something. So I told them that, look, part of my recommendation is that we need to up our defense budget, right? To be able to defend not only Nigeria, but our interest in the region, right? Our interests in the West African region at the minimum, right? That we don't even have enough the defense to manage all the pipelines of this country, to manage the security apparatus and the assets of this country. I said, then you cannot really create a great economy if your security system and your defense system cannot even defend national assets within you, not to talk of projecting your power on the West Coast to make sure that others don't come in. I said, because France is there trying to use Francophone countries in many cases to undermine Nigeria. So how do you begin to prepare? So you cannot create a good economy and ignore your own defenses. What if any country overruns us or decides to do? So they know this kind of story, because when I did that work, I met Obi Ekosile, right, after I finished, and I said, this is what I did. She said, oh my God, that during the Obasanjo time, they set up a committee to do exactly what I did. I said, when I came in as a consultant, no one showed me any document. There is no continuity of ideas. I was in her house, and she said, Nimi, what are you here to do? I told her exactly what I came to do. And I remember she said, what you were asked to do and what you've done. There's a committee during Obasanjo government that did exactly this. I said, no one showed me that document. No one did anything, as if I'm starting from the scratch. There was no institutional continuity. And the other question Father raised said, we are not truly sovereign. That is true. I mean, many scholars have said about it that we are not sovereign. Our sovereignty is controlled by the IMF and the World Bank and the foreign multinational lateral institutions, multinational companies, and also by this foreign government. And this is well known even from time of Nkrumah when he wrote Neo-Colonialism, the last stage of colonialism, right? Lenin have written imperialism, colonialism, last stage of imperialism. So we've always been a country where our sovereignty is outside, that they will take more. It's even so bad that if you want to learn that some of the head of state, if you are going to get contract from them, if you go with a white man or white woman, they are going to pay more attention to you as a scholar than if you go alone. So the people who are leading us, their brain is warped in that sense.
No,
So yeah,
why,
our
why have
sovereignty.
they refused? Sorry, sir. Why have they refused to address a very basic aspect of our defense, which is recruiting more soldiers into the military? It's not because of money, because Sri Lanka spends less on defense than Nigeria, but they have about twice the number of soldiers that we do, and their population is 5-10 times less than that of Nigeria.
Okay. Let me also tell you, they allocate this, even the little they allocate, they embezzle it. In Nigeria, everything is up for up for corruption. And also, we have this sense of going through series of coups, right? So when a passenger come in, part of it is that they don't want to fund the military. They're afraid of what the military will do. So you see how poorly the military has performed. So we have so many things.
But that's what I mean. Now, you are a professor. You should tell them that the larger the military, the less likely there is likely to be a coup. Because clearly, internationally, it is demonstrated that the larger the military, the less chances that there's going to be a coup, not the other way around. Look at Burkina Faso. With the tiny military, has suffered 2 coups in 1 year.
No. What I'm saying is that people have told them this. But the mistake we'll be making is to think that the Nigerian ruling class has a national interest in mind. They have their personal pocket and what favors them. And when they are in office, they don't think. Look, even if they want to think, if you hang around politicians for a minute, you see that from morning, they do all their businesses in the night. If a politician is going to give you an appointment, they give you an appointment 12 a.m., 3 a.m. That is when they go to the house, they will cook a bar. They're eating a bar at 3 o'clock in the morning.
So, okay, say you are correct. Why are professors not out there? Sorry, this is the last one I will interject. Then why are professors not out there saying our national defense is too weak? We need to increase our police number. We need to increase our military number, because you will be defending some of the most powerful institutions in the country. This means that the professors themselves may also be compromised. Because why are they not coming out to say that we need to strengthen our military, we need to strengthen our police? They are some of the strongest institutions in the country. So why are they afraid to say that?
Okay, thank you, sir. Your last assertion is both right and wrong. I'll tell you why it is right and wrong. Right, with due respect, what it means is that, right, scholars write their publication in journals. Most of them are not into social media or newspaper. So if you do the research in the relevant journals or books, you see that Nigerian professors or other professors have made this point. But you cannot force government to accept it. Scholars don't publish in newspapers, right? They make their recommendation, or when the government asks them to submit policy paper, they do. But the point is that, like I said, like Obi Christina, who was in government, told me, they don't even keep record of what people are saying. They don't care. That is one thing. That's where I would say you are wrong, that you don't know what people have done. So you cannot say they're not doing anything. But that does not mean that every professor is doing it. This is where you are right. That the Nigerian professorial class is also part of the problem of Nigeria. You are right. That's why I started the program. I said, even in the appointment of VCs or professors is done on ethnic, the same corruption and nepotism that we see with the political class. And also, the same professors and lecturers are the one who rigged the election as INEC representative for the politician. So that's we are right. So like things in Nigeria, one also has to be nuanced. That on one hand, something is good, but the bad and the ugly is always mixed up there. So who are the people who are rigging the election for the politician? They're the university professors. That's why some Nigerians are saying, now that you guys are not paid, you are complaining. But it's your people that often led this. You rig the election for them. You take money from them, and when they give you to come up with policy, you follow the same thing. You lobby them to make you VC. You lobby them to put pressure to make you a professor or to get into lucrative federal parastatals. How could we just
excuse me, Prof. Sorry.
No.
There is a
Chibuzo, no. Chibuzo, no.
Dr. Dame, just I want to throw a question, then I will knock off.
No, Chibuzo, we can't do that. You have to wait.
Let me finish, people. Talking. Yeah. Wait, let me finish the question. The last question is, will you die for Nigeria? This is a question in ethics. We have somebody, an American ethicist said, you may die for your country, but you may not die for a telephone company. People die for their country, they go to war, but they may never die for a telephone company. It means telephone companies and countries do not occupy the same place. I think Nigeria has come to the point, especially when we hope for Nigeria of the future. Some of us should be ready to die to bet the Nigeria of the future. Are we ready to bet the Nigeria of the future? Right? Because part of the problem in Nigeria is that we want change, but no one is ready to go out there and resist it to create the change. When you take that risk, you're also taking the risk that you will die. Just like initially I quoted Aristotle politics. He said, if we don't have people who don't resent and resist despotic politics or governance, then we are all turned into natural slaves. So the issue is, this is the question in Nigeria. Oh, no one wants to die for Nigeria. No one wants to go out. No one's children should go out and do, because we all want to stay safe and we are ruled. Of course, I also understand the issue that people that went and died for the EndSTARS, what happened to them? Nothing. And now, why we can blame the government for that problem, but if we as citizens says, if the government kills one of us, we are going to come out in mass and do it. But we are not even ready to hold the memory of the people that died and say it cannot happen to them. So until we are willing to say Nigeria is worth dying for, all this is we're talking, because change is not, nobody in power is going to, and the ruling class, the thieves, as we said, in power, they're not going to easily hand over power to anybody. They will continue perpetuate the process, and from time to time, cohort one or two of us to support them to keep it going. Until people are ready to say they are willing to die for Nigeria. But I understand, Nigeria has not treated us well. So the idea that somebody will wake up and say, I want to die for Nigeria is a tall order. But all I'm saying is that we've come to the point where we say, is that country worth fighting for? If you are in the group that thinks is what we're fighting for, then we should fight for it and know that potentially our lives could go. If you're the group that says it's not worth fighting for, then don't die. Nigeria is just like a telephone company. It's not worth anything to you. It doesn't capture your emotions. But if it's worth dying for, we should do that. Then finally, that question may look abstract. Why is it abstract? Until you are in a situation, you don't know how you are going to do. I remember when a group of scholars were debating, why did people like Achebe and other writers went on the side of Biafra, like
Christopher Okigbo
and the Kenyan writer
Alemazuri
was abusing them that he died. That why didn't he stand for Nigeria? And somebody said, that is an hypothetical question, Ali Mazuri. If you are there in Nigeria at that time, and your own people are being killed, rightly or wrongly, by your own perception they are being killed, you would want to pick up arms to fight. So the situation is different. So to ask that question out of the blues and abstract is difficult for people to answer. But when there's a situation on the ground, let me give you a personal example. That when situation on the ground and people you know are being killed, not because bad government is we're going to die. When 9/11 happened, I was in New York, and I've lived in New York for 10, 11 years. So it has become my city. But I went to school there. And that building, I knew that building very well. And in short, the Friday before, I go there to teach Wall Street executive M&A, mergers and acquisition, another aspect of finance. And I was also teaching at NYU. So I was there in the morning when the thing happened. And I saw these towers come down. And I remember when my mother first came to America in 95, I took her to that building. So that building held something for me. So when the thing happened and I saw it crumble down, at that point, we don't know who have done it, but we know that it was a terrorist act, right? You know what I did? I was so moved that I picked up my cell phone to call the U.S. Army recruitment that I want to join the U.S. Army so that I can go and fight whoever did this. I picked up, dialed a couple of times. Everybody knew that the phone were not working. I dialed again. After the third time, someone called to me, what am I trying to do? Wait a minute. So I'm dialing the army, so I want to go and die for America, right? And I said, but at that time, I also saw a man of God, peace also. Why is the idea of violence going to actual war? The emotion overwhelmed me. Right. So, but who knows if my phone has gone through, maybe I would have gone. But I took a moment to realize that probably war or this my visceral reaction is not the best way to go. But I'm saying this is a place I've been for 10 years and it has accepted me. You could see how seeing massive death on that way could move my emotion. So in the same way, it could move the emotion of Okigbo and Ashebe, right? So whether you die for a place, sometimes it's too abstract when nothing is happening to say you will not die for Nigeria. The way Nigeria is not, I think most people will say they will not die for it. Because it's like Nigeria doesn't treat you any better than the American visa office or any other person. The country does not respect your dignity, does not allow you to have dignity. So it's difficult for people to say they will die. But some of us are hoping that there is a fusion Nigeria that will be born, where every Nigerian will flourish. And I think that vision is what is holding some of us to say, if we're in a place to make a decision to go forward in a march, we are not going to go backwards. Because we are not thinking of Nigeria of today, of yesterday. We are thinking of the potential Nigeria that could come out of the process. Then people with that vision, when people have a vision of the greatness that they can build, they might be willing to die for that vision. But right now we have no vision. We don't know where we're going. So the question is too abstract. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so we round up, but let me point out that somebody reminded you, Prof, that you didn't answer the question about should Buhari give himself a ministerial position. It was one man of prestige. So you can note that. And then there was someone else.
I can respond to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so fine. That is a constitutional question, right? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer to say if it's authorized to do that. But the part of constitution I know is that the constitution requires that the cabinet, the federal government must have representative from every state. But doesn't state which position anybody could occupy. That in the cabinet, that's why our federal cabinet is always about 36, 37. Sometimes it goes to 42, 43 minimum that it will have that. Sometimes they will have that 36. They have one person from a federal territory, and they have one person from each of the 6 zones. That's why. But it's not clear which the president has the right to appoint whoever he was. But I don't know if he has the right to make himself a minister. But that's what, in addition to being a president, right? But this is when these attorneys and lawyers, right, should go to court to say, is this legal or not? I can't remember if anybody went to court. Probably they did. I don't know. But these are the questions that needs to be asked. That can the president occupy a ministerial post? That is the constitutional question. That is a legal question that lawyers should be asking and taking to the court to say, but I can't answer it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Okay, let's continue. Vin, you are next. Just a question so that we can get to everybody before he goes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and good evening to our guest, Prof. Good evening to my co-panelists and those that are watching us from behind. Prof, I would like to say that from my own point of view, I don't think I will fight and die for Nigeria. Thank God I did not die in active service for the 18 years I served in the Nigerian Army. And if you really want to know if it is a happy thing to die for Nigeria, go to Yaba Military Hospital and go and see what you will get there, whether it is a good thing to serve Nigeria in that way. And look at those that are fighting for their pension now on the street of Abuja. They are veterans as well. So you said that if Nigeria break up, that the old status quo will continue. I would like to disagree with you, sir, because I took part in UNPROFORA, United Nations Peace Protecting Force in Yugoslavia. I was in Yugoslavia 1991-92. Croatia is now an independent country. Slovakia, Slovenia, Bosnia-Herzegovina also. I have never seen any bad story coming out from there since they disintegrated, since they broke up and formed different republics. What makes you feel that for over 62 years now, Nigeria has never been at peace? There are dominance from a particular ethnic group, which is justified by the 1999 Constitution, which my colleague in the hierarchy of the military, Provisional Ruling Council, as it was called that time, gave to Nigerians. They have never been at peace. Today, some people are now taking it upon themselves to, impose their religion, their style, their belief on the other people. What are you going to do, sir, in order to curtail all these anomalies? The next one is this.
Oh, one question, please.
Dr. Damages, let me just give this one. It won't be long, please.
Okay.
I would like you to tell us the reason why the Nigerian government has failed to obey the flagrant abuse or refusal to obey court orders when it does not favor them, and obey it when it favors them. That goes to the refusal to allow Mazen Nnamdi Kanu go, and their obedience to that law when there was a state of execution. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Chibuzo, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. How are you? Everybody listening. Good day, everyone listening. If you have been a long time, I wanted to enter your program, but I don't normally have chances. Thank you, everybody listening to this program. Prof, sir, I just want to ask you just one emergency question. I'm sincere to every Nigerian, and this is going to be a hot one. Please, I want to ask you, rigging election in Nigeria, is it a crime?
Okay, you know that he will have to take all the questions. I mean,
No, that's why I just give him one because I still have more. I just asked him, is it a crime? Rigging election in Nigeria, is it a crime?
Okay.
Chibus, I know you didn't hear me. I was saying that it's one question per person so that we can get to everybody, Add what you want. Add it to, I mean, I can answer for Prof. Everybody knows it's a crime, but go ahead. Add to the question.
No, because why I ask if it's a crime? Now, Dr. Damages, you have answered it. I wanted the Prof to answer this question. Why I'm saying this, because of we are putting people in power, and those who are frauding our election, how are we going about it? How do we form ourselves? Rigging election, executing power, or gaining the power, And when you manage to fraud your way into the electoral process, then you assume power. Then it's not a crime in the eyes of the government, but in the eye of the people, there is a crime and no prosecution for that. And nobody is held accountable. And this thing, when you assume power as a fraudulent person, how are you going to do the other people who have fraud their way into the normal system, whether it's a Yahoo boy, whether it's other fraudsters? How are the government is going to handle all these fraudsters, because all of them are fraud? When you fraud your way into power, what are you going? How are they going about this? That's why I ask if it is a crime, please.
Thank you so much, Chibuzo. I like that. Peter, are you there? Okay, he's not there. Adewale, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, Prof, for coming. My question is,
I haven't finished. The Prof didn't answer me, and the jump it. Okay, let's say we rig that one. We rig it and wave it.
No, Chibuzo, hold on.
We rig it.
No, Chibuzo, I want you to understand the process, okay? No, but the process is this, Chibuzo. We are taking 3 questions from 3 people. And
okay, let me ask him before. Okay, let me go ahead. Now,
no, 1 question per person. Chibuzo, this is the thing.
Okay.
You see, that's the thing. Rigging starts
I get it. Okay, I get it now. Thank you.
By the way, this is the last set of questions, right?
Yeah. We're ending with this. Yeah. Because he has to go. This is over. We said 90 minutes. We agree with 90 minutes for him. Adewale, go ahead, please.
all right, Prof, I assume you are from Niger Delta area. So there's
Yes,
there's this clamoring for resource control. So if Nigeria is restructured today, and the Niger Delta states, such as Deltas, Bayelsas, and the rest, have control over their resources. I believe Delta State is one of the states with the highest allocation in Nigeria, with nothing to show for it. So if the states have control over their resources, do you think the states will be better off? And also that would not be the end of the country. And then, do you think the vice president of Nigeria should have a constitutional role instead of just being at the cabinet level? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Deep. 1 question, please.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Badegis. I had to reduce my name so that you can be able to let me in today. Prof, good evening or good morning where you are. I'm in the United Kingdom. Yeah, I just have, I've listened to everybody right now, even if I've not followed this discussion from the start. We saw this happening that we lost history in Nigeria, and even our professors can, I don't know if they cannot be able to put something there, dig deep into our history, because some people of this generation, even the professors' generation or older generations in Nigeria, don't even know how Nigeria came about. They don't even know that Nigeria, when the British came to conquer Nigeria, there was this agreement between the British and the Fulani Caliphate when they had difficulties in protecting the north. And these Fulani Caliphates were butchering people the way they are butchering today. And then the British had no option than to form an alliance between the both of them that led to forming Nigeria and dividing Nigeria like they divided it in the 19th century thereabout. The British and Fulani, they had an agreement.
No, Dr. Deep, please, can you go straight to the question?
Yeah. Sorry, Dr. Damages, my question is
we don't also we don't have good reception audio from you.
Are you serious? Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, that's better. Okay. But
okay.
Make it just a question, please.
Yeah. So my question, Prof, is are you feeling, or are you having this feeling that there might not be an election in Nigeria come 2023 based on the handwriting on the wall? Because till now, why is it that no media house, no professors, no intellectuals, intellectuals in Nigeria are discussing and asking questions? Where are the 600 and something Boko Haram terrorists that the present government allowed to escape from the Abuja prison? And they have all camped within Abuja. Now Americans are leaving, the European Union are leaving, and it's as if nothing is happening. Nobody is asking, where are all those terrorists that they themselves opened the gate of hell, and they came out, and there was no gunshot all throughout. These terrorists, where are they? Are you believing that there will be election or there will be no election? Why is that conversation not going on by these elites like you guys? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Okay. Hold on, guys. All right, there's somebody who is left. Ike, do you still have a question or no? Should we go? We are rounding up. I like that. He's well relaxed, and okay, Peter, you are. I know I skipped you. You were not there when I called your name. Do you have a question? This is a last chance.
Doctor, you be skipping me all along. Can you hear me first?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thanks everybody for your contribution and myself, I have a lot to say. For the past 4 days now, you've been trying to connect. Nothing was working, and all of that. The problem than all of us.
Okay, Peter, I just want to let you know your connection is not good. I think you have two browsers open, so there's an echo at your end. I'm sorry.
Yes, for today then. Let me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just try another day, okay? All right, thank you. Okay, Prof, over to you.
Okay, so we have
I know there are many questions. Just try as
I'll go through.
Okay.
Maxwell Wood has a brilliant question. He has served in the army, and he has every right to ask that question, both as a Nigerian and somebody who has put his life on the line for Nigeria. He said the idea that the country, if we break up, then the regional or the smaller countries that will come up, that there might not be any change. So he's contesting that. So that is a good intervention. But what I would say is this way. What that question assumes something that is not present in Nigeria. These people from the former Yugoslavian government, when they are breaking up, or they have history of some semblance of good governance. They have something to do. And the places that broke up, some of them were historically regions that have learned to manage themselves and do things right. So, so when they were breaking up, they had a vision. What I'm saying is that, and what other people have said, like CM and others, that it's not that this thing breakup will not work, but we have to put the horse before the cart. Is there a vision, a common agreement of governance? And at least these people, even though they have history of good governance, but we in Nigeria for over 60 years or so have not that history. We don't have that kind of commitment, and that is going to be a problem. So we're not saying, let's say Anambra State or Rivers State or Lagos State cannot manage themselves. But I'm saying that if some of these issues that are driving us apart at the center, for the lack of a common understanding, common ideology, common shared narrative and governance system, if those things are not being done, then the politicians that we are offloading from the federal system are still going to go to the state level and dominate us, and the system will continue. We'll have the same fight. So it's not that it cannot be done. We are saying that is some preliminary work. Either it's done before we go a separate way, or that is one of the first things that we have to decide to do. But we don't have the history of good governance or exemplars of the past that these countries you are mentioning have. That is the difference. After all, when Eastern Nigeria was on its own, it managed itself very well. During that, it has one of the Eastern Nigeria in the 60s, that's before the Biafra, has one of the fastest growing economies in the world. People forget that. Go and look at what was done. So it's doable in a federal system. And that's why Zik, Awo, Tafawa Balewa, and Ahmadu Bello agreed in the constitution. It was the military that came and uprooted all that. And so Awo was able to do what he did in the West because he had the freedom to do it. The center was there to manage some central things. And so no one was looking to impose stuff. And part of that agreement that we say we should have, one thing that I did not mention that is necessary, I think having a federal system means that we also need to have a state police and local government police system. This idea that we have a centralized police that could be mobilized to rig election, to do anything, yeah, there could be one military. But why are states not responsible for policing their own affairs? Why is one federal police system that could be used against anybody? So a true federalism means you are also responsible for the security. In the US, we have the FBI that will do the national policing, but every state, every local government, county, or every town have their own police system too. Why are we so afraid of that? So the country now is the period of heightened insecurity, and the police cannot handle it, and people who have the local knowledge are not even allowed to do it, right? So these are the things we are talking about, that if we don't think through all these details, then a governor who is going to come in an Anambra or River State, if it's a country, and want to still control the police for himself, to be able to rig and intimidate his opponent, right? You see what is happening at the state level. Most governors will not release the allocation, the federal allocation, to the local government. They will keep it and use it for whatever they can, and to punish the local government. Elections are supposed to be held at the local government. When do you have how many state governments hold regular election to offices at the local government? They don't do it. So I'm saying that if we don't have this vision of to govern ourselves, we may think that we are running away from the problem only to confront it again. It's in that sense I'm talking about. I'm not saying because a bigger country is always going to be better managed than a smaller country. No, history does not show that. Although there are advantages of economies of scale in being a bigger territory. But we need to have this vision that CM, as keep coming back to, and made that very clearly to say we need that vision, whether at the federal level, at the state level, and at the local level. We need to have that common shared vision. And he said, court orders, they don't obey the rule of law. That is true. Part of the problem of the Nigerian ruling class is this impunity. They don't obey court orders or any order at all. They drive on the way. There is this sense of impunity. And so when we ask ourselves, even are we truly operating even a capitalist economy? In a capitalist economy, we must take for granted the reign of the rule of law. We must take for granted a free market to operate. We must take for granted private property, and also that people who make money should be able to enjoy their money. But we have a government over and over again that will flout the rule of law, will do whatever it likes to change market or do whatever they want to do without notice. Or even your private property is not assured. If the government doesn't like you, they will send bulldozers, it's happening in some states, to tear down your building. Right? And so this issue of impunity bothered me so much that the book I wrote in 2019 called Ethics and Society in Nigeria was to show people that what can we learn from our history to engineer or to stimulate emancipatory politics. And I'm saying that we, the present generations of Nigeria, have become cowed or intimidated by these politicians. I gave an example in 1857. In the Calabar region of Ijo, they have gods. And those days, one of their gods was represented by sharks. When they found that the sharks' god was misbehaving, they, as a group, got together and killed the shark and said, we've killed our gods. Long before Nietzsche said in Europe, God is dead, the Calabar people in 1857 said, God is dead to their shark. So I brought that historical record, and it exists in museum. The record exists. This is not a legend. I stumbled on the record while I was researching in Liverpool Museum in UK. Right. So the whole point was that our people felt that even if, no matter how somebody is, even if that person is a god, if that god misbehaves, they have the right to dethrone that god from the position of godliness. They were able to confront gods when the gods do not behave very well. We, our politicians, are behaving like gods, and we don't have any solution. Our ancestors have solutions to even gods that are supposedly spirit. that there are limits you can't behave arbitrarily, and they dethrone gods. I'll come back to the same issue. We want change in governance. What are we going to do as a people to begin to resist? Right? So that is so the law of the rule of law, and it didn't start today. It was happening under Obasanjo's time. It may be heightened now. So we need to say, how do we force our government to stop this impunity? State government will do whatever they want, state governors, and we don't do anything. Shibuzo said, is election rigging a crime? Yes, I mean, Dr. Damages answered that question. It's a crime. And he says, if they got there by crime, what justification do they have to prosecute other person that got there? That is the truth. So morally and technically, they shouldn't have any justification, right? Because they are criminals that got there. But the way law works in history, or coup works, that once you get into power, the crime that gets you there becomes legal. That is the fundamental philosophical basis of coup. Because any person that organizes a coup, you are wrong. If you are caught, you'll be killed. But if you are not killed and you come to power, the crime that puts you there becomes that. And this is one thing that even Hegel makes us to understand in his dialectics, that the moment you realize that all laws are founded on criminality, in the same way, the Europeans came to this country, America took part of it. The moment they took part of it, they said, now they made law for the natives and that it's illegal. But you are coming to take somebody's land, it's in its first crime. So they said all civilizations are based on crime. And this is also in the law that once you come to power. So yes, they are criminals. We know that. But once they get there, they will enact the law to sanctify, to perfume their criminality and hold themselves to say they are moral. And then pay women and men to dance for them as angels. They co-opt us to be there. If not, what stops this civilian government that came into power to say every person that organized coup in Nigeria should be tried? They've done it in that country. While you are in power, you may declare to be legal because you want the coup. Why can't you put all of them and try them? If you come to power, if you overthrew a legitimate government and a new government, they've done it in other countries, you put them to trial, right? What stops a new government that comes in to say anyone that we have record of rigged election, we are going to try you? You just make a law to say there's no statute of limitation on that. It could be done, but it's not being done because we are run by criminals and they've bought over the court system where lawyers and judges join them to do, professors join them to do, market women join them to do, and pastors and imams also celebrate them and satisfy them with holy water. So we are in this circle. That's why there is this impunity. In Nigeria, as a matter of fact, somebody was saying, why are the professors not taking? One thing I found out in Nigeria, the moment you have money, everybody thinks that you are more intelligent than any other person. Be a professor and be around them. They'll think you, if you don't have money, means you can't be brighter. The moment somebody in Nigeria has money, a governor is in power, he thinks that he's smarter, even in physics, he's smarter than Albert Einstein because he's in power. And our people will say, what are you talking? Leave that professor alone. No. So that is the country we have, that the moment somebody is in power and he has money or she has money, she is taken as the brightest person in the country. And everybody will kowtow to that person. And that fuels impunity. Finally, I think Adewale said, no, not finally, I think that was the fourth thing that said, that Delta states or states like River State, Akwa Ibom, they have all this oil and they have nothing to show for it. We have discussed this issue. That's why at the beginning or somewhere in the program we said, until we have a vision of governance, sometimes giving these people more power will not work. I remember I was in the university, high school, going to university when Shagari came to power Okilo. And Okilo, they were fighting for 13% derivation. Like, give us the money, we'll make a change. The country has been given them the 13% derivation. And what have they gone to show for? because this lack of vision or governance, proper governance at the federal level also operates at the state level. Right. So you are right. Until we as the citizens begin to say, this is the way we want to be governed, we cannot go around in this cycle. And he said, why is the VP not given a constitutional role? Many countries have the VP usually as a spare tire. That is the matter. The VP is there so that if the president dies, there's no backup, somebody can step in. Right? In many countries, there is no specific role. The VP is supposed to be understudy the person. But that doesn't mean that Nigeria, because that issue exists, Nigeria cannot create something. But probably what people were avoiding that you don't want to create centers of power that will compete with the person assumed to hold the highest office, for which everybody elected the person is. The VC goes on the same ticket as the president. But that notwithstanding, in Nigeria, there's a role for the VC. He has the Economic Council. It's in the constitution. The economic deliberation. He's supposed to be the head of it. How well the president allows the VP to do that freely is a different question. Of course, he doesn't make the policy. The president does, but at least in the economic meeting or so, that is one area that he can share the meeting. So there's something carved out, but not in a competing way. And so people that made the constitution. But if we feel that, let's say the country says we want to have one president and have 6 vice presidents from each zone. Let's say that. Then we can probably clearly divide the power of the president so that some people that come up with that suggestion, right? If you have one president, why don't you have 6 vice presidents? And each of them would have a function and they are there to protect their regional interests. The main idea is that how do we come up with a structure that would be faithful to our historical experiences, to our fears and our hopes, and not necessarily follow the American model. We say we are following American constitution. We pick the constitution, the presidential constitution, then we drop the federalist system and the local policing system and the accountability system. And part of the issues we are talking about today, because our National Assembly, the House of Rep and the senators are not doing their work. If they are doing their work, they could hold, or even at the National Assembly, they could hold the governors and the president to account, and some of these things will not. But no one is doing their job, because once you are a governor, you have so much money, you can give it to their assembly, or the president can give it to the House of Rep, and they close their mouth. So that would be, even the VP could be there, but if the president party are promising we are going to make it the next president, don't check the vote. The guy would have all his function, he won't do anything. So our system does not have a proper method of transparency and accountability. So all those things would affect the way people behave. Then the final question is that there might be or might not be election. That is the first question we handle after when the audience was opened up. And, that's why people say, I don't have intelligence. I've never been in government as a minister or a commissioner to know. Whatever I say, I learn from reading and researching, right? So whether election will hold or not, I don't know. But I believe from what I see today, the election would hold. If the election doesn't hold, it will throw the country into a deep crisis. First, it will tell us beyond reasonable doubt that we are a failed nation. And 2, it will split the ruling class. At the minimum, part of the ruling class wants to come to power to shop, as they say in Nigeria. So when they do the election, you create a crisis. And how will that work? So if there is no election, the country will be in crisis. Now, but if we see that the monetary market, the foreign exchange market doesn't have confidence in the immediate future of the country. That's why I learned that on the parallel market rate, the dollar naira rate has gone up to 800 naira, or even sometimes 850 to $1 yesterday. And it's been going up. That is an indication that in the short run, at least in the next 90 days, people don't have confidence in the country, economically or even for politically. So That is the way people are expressing their confidence. Actually, whether elections will not hold or what will happen in the country, I'm not a prophet. We have a plethora of prophets in Lagos and all over the country to tell us about that. But what I know is that I believe the election will be held. And I'm working towards that at least let us have the opportunity to elect who we want. Might be that will be the beginning of the change that we need. So that's my belief, and it's follow my belief, and I might be wrong. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Wariboko, for the time. You spent over 3 hours. This was supposed to be 90 minutes. So we appreciate your time, and hopefully down the road, we will call on you again to join us and give us your insight.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So that has been a wonderful, wonderful educative.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you.
Educative show. We'll be right back. Let's take just 30 seconds minute.
Where is Rudolph?
All right. Sorry about that. It was intentional. It wasn't a mistake.
Is that part of Help Me Waka?
No. This I had a question I wanted to ask Prof. Prof, you can go now. You can switch off unless you still want to hang out.
Okay.
I want to have a chat with the I want to have a chat with the audience. So I had a question I wanted to ask. Just log off.
Dr. Damage, I wanted to ask the Prof just one question before he goes.
I can't see where to log me.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, log me off. It's okay. Oh, let me log you off. Okay, actually, let me do that. Yeah, I can do it. Hold on. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Damage.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see who is making noise here now.
It's Dr. Depp, I think.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Rudolph, you have gotten soft, you didn't let me go at him. Yeah, you have gotten soft. What is this? I wanted to push him.
It's about time. It's not about pushing him. If you can frame your question, one question, you can ask anything.
Yeah, but if he starts going in a different direction, he's meant to be brought back to the point.
Yeah, but remember, you have to think about other people. I'm concerned about everybody equally. So I don't want to just make it look as if it's just you. Oh, we're still on the air, actually. What I wanted us to do is a kind of now that he's gone, to review what happened. If anybody has anything to.
Dr. Depp is back.
Yeah, hold on. Let me mute him. I think he's okay. All these people in America and England and their internet is not good. We need to investigate them. Maybe they are not paying their bills, so they did something to Pantami. All right, so let's talk. So what do you guys think? Anybody?
I think CM should with all his knowledge, I don't understand why we still hack back to these separatist way of thinking at this moment in time, because we have a greater challenge to meet. If we start thinking about becoming smaller, going back to where we were 100 years ago, that didn't do us any good. They will pick us off one by one, and it will be easy to decimate us even further. If I was Chinese, Indian, or European, I would be laughing my backside off if I watched that happen. I would like, look at them. They're scattering like cockroaches everywhere again. I would just come in and tear the whole place up. To meet the challenge, you have to go as a bigger group. This is how the world works right now. Europeans knew that. They formed the EU, and now they created NATO on top of it. The Chinese are big on their own. They're over 1 billion. The Indians are big on their own. But what has Africans got? 50-something, 40-something countries that are headless, useless, because they are not working together. And grown men still argue for going back 300 years. I don't understand that, because if this was in theory, I can excuse that. Okay, this is just an academic hypothesis. This is a fact. It's happened in history, and you're arguing to go back there to weaken yourselves. Who does that?
Okay, forefathers. Hold on. Let me, because this is not have your say. This is 90 Minutes Africa. So you're all guests on this show, so I can ask you questions. So let me ask you, what was happening 300 years ago? You said this. What was happening? We had kingdoms then. There were kingdoms. There were people fighting and taking over, building large empires. You know, that was what was going on across Africa. And look at this. The European Union that you're talking about, they did not come about by force. Yeah. They did not come about by force. Yes,
they did.
They agreed. They sat down and agreed that we're going to come together. And of course, Africa is moving in that direction as you speak. You have the West African Union, you have the East Africans. In fact, the East Africans came up with something marvelous this year. They are about to establish not just one currency, one language. They are opening their markets. They are removing visa restrictions. What they are trying to do is exactly what they have in Western Europe, in the eastern part of Africa. So when you say,
but our people look at Nigerians here arguing for the opposite direction. That's my point. The other people are arguing to become bigger and stronger. We are arguing to get smaller and weaker. That is what we're arguing for by saying
what we, the Prof said, the Prof said there is need for us, that people saying when we go our separate ways, we no, sort of like that will be the answer to everything. He said no. He said let us try and come together and they agree how we are going to move. When we do it, that is really, because that's what they call loyalty.
See, we are already together. We have been doing so many things together for decades now. See, most nations didn't go counseling before they founded them. No, let me make my point. I think this thing that we do, like we have the luxury of all these things. See, most nations didn't go to counseling before they were founded. And no, CM, hold on. See, the Russians, they paid a heavy price. Millions of people died. They still remain the nation. They were not talking about let's go counseling. We are men. You're meant to fix your place, and you have to use common sense here. We have what you asked me about 300 years ago. You know what was happening? They were coming here, giving us mirrors and beer, and taking our people as slaves. That's what they were doing, and we didn't bother to learn how they make their guns or their ships or anything. And we kept, you know what we took all those guns for? The little gun we took from them, we used to fight each other. Like King Niger Delta fighting this one. Everybody's fighting each other. By the time we are done, then they just came and took us away. If anybody read the story of King Niger Delta on his last day when they sent him on exile, you will see the pitiful state of our leaders, what they did. Because he was asking for, if I come to the ship, would I be allowed out? As a king, the moment you ask that question, you've already lost power. It shows you how petty they were, that they didn't even know their power was ebbing away because they were making all the wrong decisions, selling their people as slaves. They didn't learn anything about defending their people. They don't sense any security threat. It's like their threat assessment antenna has been broken, and the same thing is still happening today. On the big challenge coming on our way, we are still thinking about, you know what? Let me fight as an able man. The truth is, if you confront hold on, let me. Bigger threat is in favor of the Igbo tribe because the benefits will benefit the Igbo too. It's not counter it. That bigger threat will take away whatever you're fighting for if you choose to go small. That is the intelligence that we need to exhibit here. Because if you choose to go small, that bigger threat will come. If you think Fulani is the threat, it's not going to be the threat. The Fulani was never the threat. That bigger threat is going to come and consume your tribe. If you confront it, that bigger threat, if you confront the bigger threat, it's going to raise your tribe because we are all going to be richer for it. It's just common sense to me, anyway.
Let me say this: of what use is us being Nigeria, and yet we cannot even defend ourselves, and we allow people, allow Niger people from neighboring country to troop in and they are doing us harm today. Even the government of the day acknowledges and recognizes and affirms that the people terrorizing Nigerians, they are from other countries, other neighboring countries. Of what use is having such a big elephant, a big giant, and yet powerless, and yet defenseless, and yet totally incapacitated? What use? If Canada is about the size, in fact, it's about the size of in terms of population, it's about the size of California. Nigeria cannot stand. If Canada and Nigeria go to war now, I'm sure Nigeria cannot stand 2 days before being wiped out by Canada.
Exactly.
What's the population of Canada? Canada is less than about 40 million. What is the population of Nigeria? Lagos and Kano is about the size of Canada. But Canada wiped Nigeria out in less than 1 week. Many others.
Bro, see,
Why do you think that is the
even
case?
Poland.
Okay. Jude, no,
Why do you think that is the case?
You can respond.
Nigeria does not allow for the existence and progress of Nigeria remaining as one geographical entity. It does not allow. Let us face this fact. We will be better. We will be better. I, as a Biafran man, we will be better and more powerful. What about Japan? What's the population of Japan? But Japan is it world power today in everything?
Okay, Jude, thank you.
This man is sitting in a country that is the most diverse in the world, and he's saying these things. It's astounding.
Hold on, guys. I don't want people speaking when you have to be called to speak, please, so that there will be order in what we're doing.
Okay.
CM, go ahead.
You see, regarding the East African something, I know Britain formed the Federation of East Africa called Protectorate for Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. They're all speaking Swahili. We all know it. Swahili is their language. And even Somalia, but Somalia was under Italian occupation. It so happened that these people, they didn't trust themselves. They insisted on being on their own. Before they granting them independence, they all separated. That's why, in terms of when they were ready, Tanzania got their independence 1961, Uganda 62, Kenya 63. Then they came together to have what they call, just like the equivalent of WAEC, West African Examination Council. They have their East African Examination Council. At a time, they said no, they don't need it anymore. Every country is capable of organizing an exam on their own. Kenya has their own up to A level, the same thing with whatever. Now, because they speak Swahili, that's my point is always, let whatever is being done, let it be agreeable. Now, if like Rudolph is saying, if the three of them and maybe another Swahili, the people, because they are coming together because of one common language and probably one culture, if they can come together and now realize that Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, they can be one country and become stronger, I don't stop them. But let it be agreeable, because Uganda has got their own constitution. Probably when they are coming together, they will agree on a constitution that will govern them. That is the reason. So if you bring it home to Nigeria, that's what I'm saying. As an Igbo, I may lord it over Ogoni. Does that make me a civilized man? As an Igbo, I can lord it over Isoko man. Does that make me a civilized man? Those people has the right. That is what we're saying. For us, let us come and say, look, like for instance, look at the constitution that which we are governed. We will say, which Isoko man, what is your input? What do you want in this constitution? We sat down. The moment we agree, the moment we agree on this constitution that will govern us, I'm telling you, definitely part of it cannot be that Igbo man will go and sack people in TV because we feel that we can overrun them and take their land. These mundane, simple things is what engenders loyalty and love, and even engenders a fear and trepidation in equal measure. So when we say this type of thing, when we say let us come together, particularly when we have a history that we never agreed, there was never an agreement. The Britain did it forcefully because of the economic interest. So if we let us for once try it. That's what the prof is saying. When we try it and say, if see, it will work for 25 years, we now say, okay, we fulfilled all righteousness. Maybe it wasn't meant to be. Even a marriage that you contract, in which you must have agreed that you want to marry this person, you pay, you do everything. So this is at the heart of the problem Nigeria is having. For instance, somebody telling us that Canada can overrun Nigeria because, yes, Nigeria, even our soldiers, they are not professional. And the primary aim of the country is to defend the integrity of your country. So which integrity are you defending? The integrity established by the British, isn't it? Ogoniman, did he buy into it? Did the Soko, did the Bachama, because we are many. Only that when we discuss Nigeria, we think that when you satisfy Igbo man, satisfy Yoruba and maybe Fulani and Hausa, then you okay, you are home and dry. What of Ichekiri? Is he not a person? What of Idoma? What of what is it called? Igbira? Are they not? Even the Kaje people in southern Kaduna. So these are the things that when they have the buy-in, everybody, because we are talking of a federation, and when you say these people, what are the characteristics? They have their civilization, they have their value system. What we may forbid as Igbo, maybe what Ogonis they revere, but you can't force them. They are people, no matter their population. That you give them that regard. They are a people. You see them as a people. In the UK, here somebody told me, one of the managers I worked with told me, he said, "Don't treat anybody as a member or staff. Treat anybody as a person. Everybody is unique. So the way you greet this person might think that is informal, he likes it. You may throw it to the other person. He said, look, you are invading my body. He doesn't like it. I was shocked. He said, yes, that is the way it works. So in this case, the going forward, I don't see anything bad. I don't see why it's difficult for us. Why can't we do it? Why? Because that is what we're quieting all this. Somebody will be, you can't look each other with in a suspicious mind. That's what, even if in the military we are talking, thank God Maxwell served in the military. I wish Adeni here. When you even go there, there's no esprit de corps, even in the military, which you know that it's an institution that is a professional, area of endeavor. So, but these things are not there. So the distrust is always there. That's why we look each other with suspicion. That's why we say, let us balance this. At most, people say that if you resources, like Prof pointed out, the moment they get oil, they colluded, it will be in the center. Why should it be? I don't even want it. Let Ogoni control their oil. Give us the percentage you are giving us. Zamfara, mine your gold, bring your own. Let us even agree. How do we recruit people in the armed forces? We even have to agree on it because the armed forces is going to defend everybody. If I feel that I do not have the loyalty or the confidence of the armed forces, I will feel cheated out. So to round up, Nigeria does not mean when you satisfy Igbo man, you satisfy the Yoruba and then the Fulani or the Hausa, then you feel that you've arrived. There will be peace. Isoko, Urobo, Ichekiri, Idoma, Igala, they may be small, but you have to mention them in equal measure. That's what we are saying. They must come together and say, this is what we want. Until we do that, that's what Bola is saying, and Prof agreed with it. Otherwise, we are not going anywhere. East Africa are coming together. They are not forcing them. Even now, because they are trying to come together, they will having series of meetings. They are marshalling out areas on gray areas. This is how we are going to relate. Otherwise, everybody is as good as God created us differently. So let us please. That is my point of the logic. It's not really good. It's only when people feel that, well, I'm not being carried along or that I'm being cheated, they might not say, okay, if that is the case, a nation have also a vacuum. I'm better off going out. But do you go out? It might be better for you, it may not be. But let us give this option. At least we are now civilized, knowing our history that we came together by force, by the British, not out of our own volition. So if we now say, this is how we move forward, we can't blame British anymore for our coming together because we've agreed based on clear principles and ideas so that we respect each other in this country. As Igbo, I can't believe that I'm better than Urobo man or Ichekiri man or whatever, or TV. I don't think so. They are people. They deserve every right to live the way I'm living. You can't be a Fulani. You go and sack people in Benue State and take their land. You say that is your. You can't do that. Even if you number 1,000 to 1 to them, you can't do that. It's the ancestral land. So if you have a constitution that respects this type of thing, that is the peace. Until we put it in practice, every other thing we are doing, we are still advancing to the rule of the British that they laid down to us, and that wouldn't help us anymore. Thank you.
I want to go to Maxwell. Maxwell, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Doc. You see, I do not know the reason why we keep campaigning for Nigeria as an entity. Nigeria is a nation, is a franchise of the British. That is what I call Nigeria. I do not know the reason why most of us are proud to begin to bear a name that a man and his girlfriend gave to us. We were known as Gold Coast because there was so much gold in Ghana. When Kwame Nkrumah came, he renamed us and gave us Ghana. And we are running that is a name that is befitting to us. It is a traditional, it is a local name. At least we bear our name. Some people will tell you that the unity of Nigeria is sacrosanct. Why? Why is the unity of Nigeria sacrosanct? And anybody that campaigns or begin to agitate that what you are doing to me, I don't like it, I want out. You send your soldiers to go and kill them. Is that how a country is supposed to live, to be? I have been to Barbados. Barbados, when I went there, they were less than 190,000 people. Now, I don't think whether they have gotten up to 300,000 people. Someone can Google it. Their capital is Barbados, St. Michael's Parish. They rule themselves. Their dollar, Belgian dollar, is $2 Belgian to $1 US. Very strong economy. Since the time I left there till today, their currency is 1 to 2 US, 2 Belgian dollar to $1 US. It is a small country. I was in Yugoslavia. I fought there at least for 1 year. Croatia today is an independent country, moving well, taking care of their people, very strong military, cannot be compared with Nigeria, who is 200 million people plus. Slovakia, the same thing.
Let me interrupt you there. Let me interrupt you there. Nigeria is not 200 million. No evidence,
good.
no data.
Okay, sir. All right, sir. That is what they have been, pushing on this. And I don't know, because that is what we've seen. Okay, that's okay.
A fraud identity. That's a fraud number. It's a fraud.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You see, Finland. What is the population of Finland? Poland. What is their population? Go and check the military might of Poland. You see, when people begin, 62 years, Nigeria, 62 years, we cannot boast of anything. Every day, people will come back. When they come for election, they begin to tell you how they are going to tar road for you, how they are going to give you, improve your health care, and so on. People have gone. People have gone, they've gone past that stage. People are exploring the space where Nigeria is still looking for the basics after 62 years. Dragging the rest of their, brothers, dragging the rest of their brothers backward, where you have everything. Look, let me tell you, Nigeria can never work. Nigeria will not work unless the people are called, sit down and deliberate on how they are going to live with one another and how they are going to maximize their resources that they have to develop themselves. The feeding bottle system is as a result of the illegal and fraudulent structure that is being operated right from Abuja. How do you want to tell me that somebody in Abuja will tell you whether you will have a borehole in your city, in your village? How do you want to tell me that somebody in Abuja will come and tell you how to run your primary schools in your village? This is just, it's not rocket science. When we come out here, look at the things that are evidently that you can get from what you are going to get from a very civilized and organized, well catered for entity, not Nigeria. in Nigeria, as we see it now, that is why you see this impunity going on left, right, and center, and nobody is ready to check who. Just imagine in a country, 400,000 barrels of crude oil is missing on daily basis. Like I said in different platforms yesterday, look, let me tell you, when I was a member of the Joint Task Force, Bakassi Peninsula, when we were fighting against the Cameroon, if we tell you what we discovered there, in fact, there are foreign nationals, as far as Ukrainians, that were taking oil there were arrested because of top people, vested interest. None of them were prosecuted. Way back 1998, 99, 2000, 2001 and half, when I was in Bakassi. These things were going on. You do not know the amount Nigeria has lost from oil stealing, from the same people divided that country since Nigeria cannot work. Please make it possible for people to go their different places. Let them go and manage themselves and see how best they can develop themselves. Nigeria is backward. Thank you, Dr.
All right.
Rudolph.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just so you know, we are rounding up. So when I get to you, you say, oh, say everything you need to say. All right. Atiku, you're next.
Yeah, Dr. Dame, thank you once again. You know, what the major problem we are having in Nigeria is for us to organize our security structure very well. We need identity card to organize that. And if we don't have any identity card, all our efforts will be in vain because of this is the area the military function, police function, immigration function, local government function. So all these things, all these ministries fall under home affairs. And if we don't get our IDs, our national IDs, which you can be in your local government, you can access Buhari information, access anybody information in your own local government. It's not about going to Abuja, going to Lagos, or going to your state capital to get those information. So that is how most of this government they work. But if we don't get all these things in place, we are not going to make things right because things are not going to work. I discovered that in our security architect, especially the military, every day Nigerian government pay Boko Haram, the military that are fighting against Boko Haram. They are paying them $1.50 every day. And I don't see the reason why those guys should die for Nigeria. $1.50. This is what our military are receiving every day in protecting Nigeria. $1.50 every day. So meanwhile, commissioner officer.
Please, sir, can you say the equivalent in naira because it cannot be in dollar? Say the equivalent in naira, please.
Okay, equivalent in naira. Let's call it 1,000 naira. Let's call it 1,000 naira. This is what our military receive every day. They are dying for our, they are dying for you. You are dying for me, you know, and which is very, very poor. I don't see the reason why somebody should, you know, design his life to go and die for Nigeria. You know, I asked the prof about election rigging. So the answer, he romanced that answer, and you know, wave everybody. Then we get confused. Now, when you are a leader, as I set an example, and you are going there in a fraudulent way to represent people, then when you forge your way in, then you go into office. And when you get into office, he gives us example of military taking a coup, and before you know it, when they succeed office, now their sins are forgiven. So now Nigerians, these are the people who all these things are paining the most. Crime in Nigeria. If election rigging is a crime in Nigeria, if you get to be a president, now there is what they are calling immunity. That that does endorse immunity on you because you are not a president when you fraud the people, then became an officer, became a president, taking Nigeria, wherever you say you want to take Nigeria. Now you fraud your way in. And when you fraud your way in, we are sitting here looking at you and said, okay, since you have won office, every sins have forgiven. That Nigerians shouldn't take this thing lightly.
Chibuzo, Chibuzo, sorry to interrupt you. I should have done this with everybody else that spoke before you. But can we channel our, conversation, whatever we're saying, towards solution? I got some comments from a lot of people who said that we are very good, all of us on this platform, pointing at the problems. But then we are very short on solutions. So I'm aware of that, because one of the things we're pointing at problems is we keep repeating ourselves, basically saying that it's not working, we should, then what's the solution, So along that, like for example, what Prof said today, I've never had, hold on, I'll come back to you, okay? I've never had this before, which is the idea of coming together for a particular period of time, and then part of the agreement is that if it doesn't work, if say we come together 10 years, 20 years, I mean, I'm not saying I like it or I don't like it, but it's a new idea to me. I've never had that. If it doesn't work, and then people can be free to, okay, go ahead. But I like new ideas, something we've not had before. Yeah.
Well, okay. I believe this is another, that was a very good question I asked him. And like the way I told you, he romanced that question, then he waved us using a military distance to wave us, which is not going to be in our democracy. If somebody is a criminal, let us prosecute the person as a criminal. Even the Buhari that came to power, I know how many people that man have slaughtered when he was a military general, as he did a lot of harm to Nigerians. So now,
Chibuzo, another one, because we have to round up. Let me tell you something so that you can also, I will let you talk more. I give an example. When Gani Fawebi, he was the first person that sued and forced the government of, I think, who was there? It should be Obasanjo, to allow anybody to basically register a political party. There were restrictions they put in place, but nobody challenged anything in court. So something like people who planned coups and became presidents and now attend the Council of States meetings, nobody has said, no, these people fundamentally, they broke the law to become president. This could be challenged up to the Supreme Court. So the point I want to make is that part of our conversation here, and over time, we've been doing this for a long time now, is to think about what can we do? What can we do as individuals? When we talk about, last week we were talking about this, and I didn't want to say this, but we were talking about it and people were saying, oh, we don't recognize people who are heroes. They die and nothing is done. And the question in my head was, okay, if you look at the museum here or some things built for veterans, it's not the government that is doing it. Individuals come together and say, oh, I lost somebody in Vietnam. We have to do something in my hometown for this guy who died in Vietnam. So all the people from my hometown, I'm going to form a non-profit. I'm going to do. There are some things that I think we as individuals can do. And we can't wait for the government, to do. And I think we have to channel some of our conversations along that line instead of all the time, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. And, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Dr. Damage, what you just say is a very great thing. But what I'm trying to let you know right now, everybody listening is, all these things have to do with affordability and budget. Because I'm seeing that our retired soldiers, their pension is about 20,000 naira. 20,000 naira, you know how far it will go for any individual in Nigeria and even abroad. That money is not even up to $10 or $20 or something like that. So, and that is the money you will use and build museum or carry out a personal, a charity organization. You can't do that because government does not support such a thing. You, as a government worker, you can work throughout your life and you cannot be able to achieve anything. So, and that is the kind of country that you want to die for. So what I'm trying to say is, what I'm seeing here is, we have a commission officer, colonel, which is earning about 550,000 naira. Brigadier general, earn 750,000 naira. Major general, earn 950,000 naira. General, earn 1 million naira. Major general, lieutenant general, earn 1 million naira. Meanwhile, general, earn 1.5 million naira. Now, you convert this thing to any currency, because these people are earning this money in naira, and most of the things they use are imported from abroad. Now you have
So
to use.
Chibuzo, we can't. You're going too far. Let me. We have to move on. Okay, but let me ask you this: where are you, Chibuzo?
No, I'm broadcasting from South Africa.
Okay, all right. So when you talk about generals and how much they make, you also think about teachers. You also think about
Yeah,
policemen.
no, I'm still gonna go there. All those
No, well,
things,
we're not going. No, we don't have that time. Chibuzo, we have to go. We don't have that time. I'm sorry. I know. But the point, we got your idea. I got the idea of what you're saying. What I'm saying is this. What I'm trying to point out to you. This is not how we say. That's why I'm trying to interrupt people. So
you are trying to find a solution to all these things.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm not just that. It's not just the general. It's not. Just, and I'm not saying. Let's say we want to build something for people who died during the Civil War in Oshobo, something like that. You don't need the people who fought to do that. You, as somebody, a Nigerian in South Africa, can lead that. You don't have to go to
Where
the
can you get
military
it? That is
people
what
and
I'm
say,
saying. Where are you going to get that money? Because this
from your
is the
friends
confidence
in
of the
South Africa. From your
Uh-huh.
friends in South Africa. You don't need the people who are in the military to raise the money. You
Right.
can look at CM. CM is rich. CM can raise money for you. You know, things like that. Anyway, all right. Thank you so much, Chibuzo. Adewale, go ahead.
Okay, we'll be back again. It's fine. It's okay.
Okay, next time. Yeah.
Sure.
Adewale, go ahead. You are muted. Oh, we can't hear you. Your connection is not. Maybe check your wire. It may not be connected. We can't hear
Okay,
you.
I can go.
Adewale.
Dewala, are you in Nigeria?
Okay. No. He's not in Nigeria. He said something and Pantami didn't like that and
Can you hear me now?
press.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Village people, they always come.
Go ahead.
Almost, I like to live in a big house like a forefather, so I make sure I put my I change my destination today. So my background is looking good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
people living in forefathers and
I like better thing now.
Instead of you sharing a room, a house.
No, I built my own in a different country.
Country.
Yeah. So you know, I think if I look around in the studio, I'm the only person from the southwest. Every other person is from the south or southeast. But there's something we have in common. The love
I'm from southwest too.
Yeah, of course. You are short of the shore. But then we have something in common. The love for that country called Nigeria. If we don't have the love of that country at heart, we won't be coming to Dr. Damage's studio every now and then to, vent sometime, at the same time, speak our mind, our opinion. But all in the name of finding the lasting solution, not for us, perhaps maybe for our children to come or our generations to come. But I don't believe in division. I don't believe going separate way will solve the problem of that we have. Dr. Rudolph mentioned I think East Africa coming together to form an alliance, having one currency. And as you were talking, I was trying to Google, get some information, and look at these countries in East Africa. Just at what we have in West Africa. In the entire Africa, I think West Africa is one of the strongest, what you call it, non-governmental group in the entire Africa. But them coming together, I see countries speaking French, African. Some have been in power 22 years, some with 40 years, and I wonder what solution they're trying to find. We've tried autocracy, we've tried democracy, but I think democracy is still the best system of government that we could have. What I think we should do is this. While I was thinking about this, we elect our leader. Our leaders are the true reflection of who we are. Now, when the people that we elect, let's say today we are clamoring for Governor Peter Obi, Atiku, and the rest of them, and also our local public officials. Now, when we elect these same people that elect them, that are saying they are corrupt, they are doing this, will also go back to their houses and start knocking at their door and asking for handout, asking for money for school fee, asking for money for feeding. Of course, they've already mortgaged their future by voting for them and collecting their money. So I think what we can do better is to elect our own true representative that reflected the community that they come from. The Senate and the House of Representatives are not there. Those people are not going there, just to sit down and hear the speaker speak all day and go to the house. They are there to represent you and I, even though we might be in diaspora, but they're there to represent us. What are they representing? Or what are they putting forward? What bills are they putting forward, to alleviate all the suffering of the people that put them there? I think we should start from there. But when we don't, because we're not even talking about them, I ask question about who or the names of our local government chairman or the House of Representative member from our constituency. Some of us don't even know. Only one person responded. But you see, it starts from there. When we are able to hold these folks accountable. See, the current member of parliament in Nigeria are in cahoot with the executive. And democracy shouldn't be about that. It shouldn't be like that in the first place. It's not about because I belong to your same party, then I must not question you. They're in their pocket, money exchange and all the time. Let's start from there. Let's question them. What do they put forward at the National Assembly to better the life of people they truly believe they are representing? But if we don't do that, we will keep talking over each other. Mr. Jude, I respect your opinion about separation in Nigeria. Look, I love you so much. I wouldn't want you to go. I need your oil and gas if you're in the Niger Delta. And my state, uh, well, everybody knows which state I come from. As a matter of fact, my state shouldn't be created in the first place. I keep telling people they don't have money. Recently, they constructed one cargo airport. I wonder
Are you
who
from
would.
Ekiti?
Don't let me say.
Ekitikete,
Don't let me say
Ekitikete.
it. Don't let me say it too loud. But then I try to be positive minded. It's like misplacement of parity in the highest order. Why would somebody put? See, we have Akure proximity to Ekiti, to Ado Ekiti. It's about give and take maybe 20 miles or 10 miles. But then airport is this side. I'm just giving an example. It's not because I come from there I should say, well, governor has done well. But the thing, how would that benefit the life of a small scale farmer in my village? These are the questions people back home should be asking before they voted for the current governor that is there, which is like a hand-picked person from the governor. But we don't ask this pertinent question. I think when we start digging deep and start asking this question and asking them before we vote for them, it's unfortunate. See, we're in diaspora, we see better, we know better because we've experienced it here. We've experienced, civilization here. People back home that they can hardly even have a data on their phone. Don't ask this question. And then they live with them, among them. They oppress them. They meet in the store, they meet outside, and all that. When they start asking the question, then there will be a way forward and we'll be able to elect to somebody who truly represents the interests of our people. Thank you.
All right, just to add to what you said, Adewale, and this is something that anybody here can do. Part of the problem with holding local government accountable, local level, whether it's local government or state, is that there's no media. Okay, there's no media in the local. We go to Ekiti now, then maybe there's one government newspaper and that's it. But anybody here can start a blog. Anybody here can encourage some people who've graduated from universities in journalism to start a blog. It's a small thing, but it's a way that you can set up a system where somebody can even report that, oh, my local government, there is no water here. Go ahead, Adewola.
Ekiti State is known for something. We are known
Petition.
to petition our people. See, we will have a humongous petition against the local government chairman. And the moment money exchange hands, those petitions will disappear. In 1993, petition up and down. I, of course, already becoming a teenager, but then I see the way things is done. We like to complain and write petition, but sometimes we don't take action. That is the problem that we have. I understand that at the local level we might be having problem because of awareness, but what about the national level? We have members House of Representatives and the Senate coming from that geographical area. So do we hold them accountable? We don't. All what we care about is how you attract federal projects to our constituency, as if somebody in Ebonyi, somebody in Borno State doesn't have that same chance. See, there was one thing they would do is to put tertiary institution there. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but then when the student goes home, the school closed down. What happens to the businesses? What happens to other people?
Yeah, I will. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I think, yeah, we'll talk about this next time a lot. You know,
All
because I know somebody in one village. It's not even a village, Newi, who started a media house in Newi. Nobody knows its name nationally, and the first report he wrote, they beat him up. And the national media is not there to help you. And if you are being beaten up in a Bonny state, nobody will know. You know, so it's difficult. Sometimes it's actually more difficult to deal with the local politicians than to deal with the national politicians.
But then not everything has to be about complaint. Something we have to bring something for. See, Adiola, your former co-worker or whatever, brings some information to the fore sometime. And some people will be like, oh, this is information that has been out there, but it kind of like lay much emphasis on it. Once it emphasizes on our show, people will begin to think deeper. We've heard this news and these stories in the news, but then she's more so repeating it and emphasizing on it, and people now begins to ask questions. I understand that, but at the same time, everything doesn't have to be about criticism, because when you criticize these political gladiators or political elite, they have all the means to wipe you off on the surface of earth. But then you can, for example, the discussion about somebody building an airport in Ekiti State. To them, it's a laudable project. But I'm thinking about it. What importance of this project it is to them? They just prefer to have this thing erected in the middle of nowhere just to see one single 1945 national aircraft landing in there and taking off within a minute. And to them, that is what they think about the benefit of democracy. But then discussion will start, going on. It's not about criticizing. It's about, people. This is a state that can boast of each household with the professors, right? So we talk about this, but we're not criticizing. We're just bringing what importance is this to these people. So I understand that the local people may not understand because they're already biased. They already have their own people that, but then the people like you and I that are perhaps maybe abroad or in diaspora will also know and be able to sensitize and tell people back home, look, this thing is just a waste of money and all that. So if we can do that, I think there's a way without criticizing them in a constructive way. We can, hold them accountable. We can, maybe have people that are around them or surround them, talk to them from time to time, because sometimes it's like they seems to live in a bubble. They don't really know. You can imagine something happened with the other time the President Muhammadu Buhari claimed to be oblivious of what was going on. It's possible because they shield them from knowing the truth, from doing the right thing. So that's just my take.
All right. Maybe one day we'll just say positive all day, no negative. Jude, is it Jude? We've had you before, no?
No, I didn't talk.
All right.
That is now, okay.
All right.
I want to say that criticism or pointing out the ills in a society like ours is part of the solution. So when someone is coming out or people comes out to say, oh, you are talking a lot, what is the problem? What is the solution? To me, it's like, what is this person talking about? Because you can't solve a problem that you don't know how it occurs or how it's happening. There's no way you can solve it. So what we are doing here, and again, it depends on what the person wants to hear, because many of us have been profiling solution. Those that believe that Nigeria cannot work, that it will better go a separate way so we can better manage our situation, that is 100% solution. So it depends on what an individual wants to hear. That's the solution. But perhaps the person people want to hear, carry your PVC, go and vote for Tinubu, who has fraudulently got himself a presidential ticket in his party, or vote for Atiku, who has also fraudulently, dubiously got himself a presidential ticket in his own party. perhaps that is the person's, some of these people's solution, by carrying your PVC to go and vote for them, like many of them are running after them, after the same thieves that have brought them into that brought Nigeria into what it is now. Now, for people who are always saying that we should stay together, of course, everybody the better, the bigger we are, the better. But since that bigger has not worked, rather, it has suffocated the little individual, the little, enclaves or components of that bigger part. Is there then any need for that, wanting to continue that bigger space to continue to move it forward? Is there any need? That is what we should ask ourselves. When we are doing something and it's not working, I mean, wisdom dictates that you should retract back and then re-strategize and think of what you're doing that is not working and how you can make it better. Not that we are working for 60-something years, we have had a bigger Nigeria where nothing works. The only thing that works is impunity. The only thing that works is stealing. Somebody mentioned 400,000 crude oil being lost. Today, in fact, since last month or 2 months ago, it's been 700,000 barrels of oil that are being stolen. Who are the people stealing it? The same leader, the same politicians and leaders in Nigeria are the ones stealing the oil, the crude oil that is supposed to be meant to develop Nigeria. ASU have been on strike. We are on strike for how many months? Only 1 month crude oil that is being stolen in Nigeria was enough to send our children back to school and enough to revamp all the universities in Nigeria. But these things can happen in the system that we're running in Nigeria, where somebody becomes a president, he becomes a demigod. All authority, I'm sure all of us know here that the president of Nigeria is the most powerful president in the world. Not as in having the power to do, what I mean, in terms of what the constitution according to do. How can a society thrive like that? Now he's a governor, a president, and he's a minister of petroleum. And look at what has happened to our oil since he became a minister of petroleum. Stealing. Billions of dollars. We are talking about Nigeria.
He's the one stealing this oil. He's the one stealing the
oil. They are the ones stealing the oil. The top military, the president, the terrorist president, and those officials, governors, they are the ones stealing all these things. They are the thieves. Okay? And then the common thief on the streets, they will haul him into the jail and kept him there. But the bigger thieves are being celebrated by the same Nigerian that will come up here and say, let us proffer solution. Let us, when you say people want to go apart, first of all, find out what exactly is informing, making people to want to go apart. Is it because of the impunity? The Nigerian judiciary system, for how many days now, weeks now, have found Nnamdi, have declared Nnamdi acquitted from their court, and up to today he's still there. Is that a country you like to have as a?
Okay, Jude, let me challenge you. Let me hold on, Jude, hold on. Let me challenge you. Okay, let me challenge you in the line of solutions. Hold on. Let's pick this idea of the courts. What happened in that courts? Okay, there was a ruling and it was ignored, and they went back to courts and got a friendly court to rule in their favor that he should stay. The question is this: Nigeria. We all know Nigeria, and we expected this to happen. What did the people do? What did we the people do when we knew that this will happen? What did we do? There were movements. There were some. Hold on. Let me tell you what happened. There were some groups, Ohaneze and all these typical groups. Even the senators, for the first time, senators from the southeast wrote a letter saying that, begging the president to release Nnamdi Kanu, to obey the court order. Of course, it was ignored. What did the people do? Because until the people force these things to change, it won't change.
Okay. Now we all know how the system of Nigeria works, the impunity of the government of Nigeria. They have the power of coercion, They have the power to do anything they want to do and get away with it. Okay, is it okay? You want the people to come out and say, "Oh no, carry placards," and maybe at the end of the day, they send the same military talks.
Okay, I had you, Jude. I know that's. Let me.
Listen to this. Why things will not work in Nigeria? If an Igbo man comes out, in fact, many Igbo people will not even come out to solidarity for this thing, for Nnamdi. But if an Igbo man comes out, the Yoruba people will say it's an Igbo problem. Nobody will even get that.
Okay, but let's start with the Igbo. Okay, Jude, hold on. Let's start with Igbo. Jude, hold on. What I was thinking, there was an opening. I'm just thinking about this now. There was an opening. The senators came together and wrote a letter and said he should be freed. Okay, and it's ignored. Why don't the people in the East force the senators, all those senators who wrote this letter, to say that they are not going back to the Senate until something is done? Why can't we press? There's always a way. Okay.
Remember the election right now. Remember the focus on the election now has messed up so many things. It's the focus now on getting on the focus is on the election of electing Obi. So many attention have been diverted, especially for some people who have been clamoring for separation, including Yoruba brothers and sisters, the Arewa, the what is it called? Yoruba
nation.
And then the Igbo nation or the Biafra nation. The focus has been diverted. That is why people cannot galvanize,
Mr. Jude, you are the one now finding the excuse for them.
Okay, all right. Jude, this is the point I'm making. Jude, the point I'm making.
In the society we live does not even allow something
Jude, like that. I agree. Jude, I agree.
You spill, and if this blood is spilled, what is going to be held accountable? Just like what happened.
Jude, I agree with you. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that in every situation, okay, no matter how tight, even in Russia, people find a way to push in the direction of what they want. If you feel that you can't do anything, then it's a hopeless situation. If I feel that Nigeria is hopeless, wait, hold on, dude. If I feel that Nigeria is hopeless, I won't be coming here every day, spend 6 hours and talking. If I think Nigeria is hopeless, and I don't think anybody here feels that Nigeria is hopeless and is spending 6 hours talking about Nigeria, I don't think I'm feeling that way. I'm not saying that Nigeria will work or that it won't work, but if I think it's hopeless, there's something I can do. I'm doing what I think I can do, which is to facilitate this conversation. That's something I feel I can do. I think there's something that we can always do in any situation. It's about finding what we can do. It's not about just saying that it's hopeless and then there are people who signed up from Nigeria, people in America here. They don't read the news. They don't care. They live their life. They don't go to Nigeria. They've forgotten about the country. I'm not there. You're not there. And I think the goal is in terms of in the line of finding positive things to do, we always find a way. There has to be something we can do. It may be a little thing, but gradually you get to what you are looking for. Anyway, we'll deal with this one day when we talk about positive things and what we can do. There's always something we can do.
I have to speak.
Wait. I've finally woken up Ike. Ike, you have to hold on. Let me hear from Paul. Paul has not said anything.
It's in my time. Let me round up.
Yeah, you rounded up now.
You took over my time. You took over my time.
Okay, Jude, just 2 more minutes. Because I have to leave in 15 minutes. And we have
in essence, I don't know what is stopping Nigeria from coming together, like everybody have been, well-meaning Nigerians have been saying, from coming together and all of us sitting down at the round table and
let me tell you what's stopping Nigeria. You don't have to say you don't know. You can't say you don't know. What's stopping Nigeria is that people who are benefiting from Nigeria, they don't want to. Yeah, that's what's stopping them. So you can't say that you don't know. So
ways because it's not going to.
No. That includes your people.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
So includes your people. What is wrong with these guys?
How we can move on? Then let us
go. So Jude, that's what Forefather is saying is important. Is everybody? It's a class of people. These people are not many. The fact that they are taking over and we are giving up, we are saying. Let me give you an example. This is what I asked somebody in another program. I said to them, "Do you know how many pastors, how many reverend fathers came from Ireland and Britain to Nigeria? Do you know how many to convert people to Christianity? Do you know their numbers? Do you know how many? Do you know how many priests, just Redeemed Christian Church priests that we have in America? Do you know how many Americans are members of Redeemed Christian Church? Have you gone to any of the church? You can go to Winners. You can talk about Winners. There are not many. There are not many. I attend Redeemed. Do you know why? Do you know what's going on? Our people are failing to convert the Americans to their Redeemed. But few people from Britain and Ireland came to Nigeria and converted us into Christianity. This is the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that the failure is in us. The fact that there are few people who are leading Nigeria, the owners of Nigeria, I don't know how many they are. They've now made it impossible for us to go back home, made it impossible for us to live in our country, to have the kind of government we want to do and we want to have. And we are giving up. These people, Babangida is not more intelligent than anybody here. Babangida cannot solve hold on. Babangida cannot solve quadratic equation. Babangida does not know half of what forefathers know. But forefathers is here. You know, Babangida chased you out, chased all of us out. We are giving up. We are basically handing everything over to them, and they're happy. They're happy that you are living. You know, if they frighten you, you go, and they're happy. They run the whole show. So the question is this: are we like these pastors from Redeemed Christian Church, Winners in America, only taking money from Nigerians who are in America? They can't even convert one American to their church to get their tithe. Are we happy? We're just like them. Basically, this small people just chase us out and we're giving up. Oh, Nigeria cannot work. It's a terrible place. It's messed up. Who is chasing you? Who made it not to work? These people that didn't pass secondary school or WAEC. That's it. We have to accept that we failed.
We failed, and the greedy Nigerians who continue to support them because they use the greedy Nigerians.
Well, let me tell you about that. Forget about those people. If you believe that you can do something and change them, there were those people during the civil rights movement in America. There were people who were against black people getting their right. They were supporting the structure. They were happy with how things were.
Do you know what I did when I was in Nigeria?
I'm not saying you didn't do anything. I'm not saying you didn't do anything. I don't know what you did. Yeah, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is this. The point is that
what I did when I was in Nigeria, corruption would have police called the extortion would have stopped long time ago. Police extortion.
The point is that all of us, educated people, professors everywhere, I'm bringing them on the show. They will be coming. I'm bringing all those professors in wherever they're hiding. I'm bringing them out. All of us, we just basically ran away, left the place for them, and they basically having a field day, and we are complaining. Yeah.
Let me say this. When I was in Nigeria, I used to service many banks in Lagos and many big companies, including Eleganza, so many big companies. Chivita, I was one of their designers, right? I designed their packages and stuff like that. But do you know how many contracts, millions, at that time, early 2000, late 1990 something and early 2000, how many contracts I lost because I refused to take bribe from the person giving me the contract to put his own share, which is what is killing Nigeria today. And I'll tell them, sorry, I'm a Christian, I can't take that. And I will go, I will lose the contract. People know me, I did that, but in Nigeria also, I have never given my kobo to any police. I have been stopped several times, even traveling, and taken to, I've said this in one of these platforms.
See, Jude, we've had this conversation before. He doesn't give bribe to police, but he's an illegal kabu driver. You see the problem with our people. He is an illegal kabu driver, but he doesn't give bribe to police people. You see the two sides of our people. We've had this conversation before.
Let him talk. Okay, Jude.
Mr. Jude, Emiloko. Mr. Jude, don't let me forget what I want to say. At least today I want to support you.
We are all causing a problem.
All right. Thank you, Jude. Paul, go ahead.
Mr. Jude, so doctor, I know you keep talking about solutions. And you know, the hardest thing you can get is solution because sometimes you have to weaponize solutions to some of us because our ideology will be completely different. We're in the United States today. The Republican ideology is far different from the Democrat ideology. But the beauty of it is that when you go to Republican states, they're doing well as a state. And when you go to Democrat states, they're also doing well as a state. When you go to China, they may be doing well in their own way. But their system of government is different from the one America have, like as it's different from the one Britain have. Why am I saying all this, doctor? But now I want to be the devil's advocate. I like to do that sometimes. Doctor, how many of us from the South that voted before they make Sharia law in the North? Because when the Biafrans are asking for Biafrans, we will say the constitution is sacrosanct. Nothing, no this, no that. How many of us from the South voted before they make Nigeria have two common law? There is a common law. You understand? And the Sharia law in Nigeria. How many of us did that? Today now we are seeing what is going on the social media over the new currency that they must take
have
out.
traditional law in the South.
Hold on. Do you want the answer to that question?
Yes.
Okay. The Sharia law has always been in the Nigerian constitution from 1979 to the new one they drafted. And you know who drafted the constitution for the 1999 constitution?
It's Abdul Salami now.
The Fulani Hausa people. No. It's not him. It's not him. They say that's the constitution. Go and check the people that drafted the 1999 constitution. You can say that they were forced to add it there, but it's been always been there. It's like the Arabic notes in your currency. Who put it there? How many of you have?
We also have traditional law in the South, so I don't understand what the
confusion is.
What is the difference?
We practice too. The common law and Sharia law.
But what Rudolph is saying did not devalue the question Paul is asking. What the answer you are giving?
No, he's trying to make no. Of course. I'm just trying to say that it's not like it happened when Obasanjo became president. No, it's always been there, and nobody has said this has had to change. We've had constitutional conferences 79 before we got into the
79 to the 1999 constitution is an amendment constitution. You understand? Which means there's a constitution, and while they are doing the amendment, they say don't touch that part. Don't touch that part.
Let me, Paul. Let me stop you. I mean, I know it's not going very well, but let me stop you. I had Senator Abaribe. I said to him, all you people from the South in the Senate, why do you allow these things to happen? Why don't you do something? Why don't all of you walk out? Because I can say there are some issues that Southerners, all the people in the South, they agreed to those issues. Let's say state police. I don't think there's any Southern state that will say we don't want state police. And I don't think there's any state in the Middle Belt that will say we don't want state police. So that's more than the whole of the rest of the country. Why don't you people say, until this is done, we are not going back to the Senate? Have they tried it? You know the answer he gave me? He said that they are divided.
Yeah, Doctor.
Somebody tell me the difference between Sharia law and traditional law in the South. Because I don't understand it.
Okay, so if you don't understand, when you're done with this program, go do extensive research about that.
You tell me, because you can't just come here and make assertions about the North.
That's what I want to tell you. I just explained it to you, but you seem not to understand.
You are asking me to go and check it.
I just explained it to you, but you didn't understand. I said Nigerian, the constitution, the law, there is what we call common law. That is what we practice. And there is what is called Sharia law. So that's why you see Muslim people in the North, like say Sokoto, they can prosecute somebody with Sharia law. The person also have a right to say, I cease not to be a Muslim and Islam. I want to use the common law. Then they can use the common law. But which means that makes the person not you must denounce
our traditional
Islam.
one. We have traditional court.
It's not in our constitution.
What is that?
It's not in our constitution at all.
Where did that one show up from then? Where did it show up from?
It's in our constitution. Are you hearing me? It's in our constitution.
It's not in our constitution. Is it in our constitution or not? It has to be
our constitution.
So it's Sharia. So what is the difference? I want to know the difference between Sharia and our own traditional courts that we have in the South.
Sharia law, if you steal in the North, they're going to amputate your hand. Do you want to hear?
Right.
You want to hear? They're going to amputate your hand. You want to hear now?
It's up. You want to cut people's hand in the South too? Go ahead. Put it in your traditional courts.
So in the traditional court that you are talking about, it's not there. We have what we call customary courts, where we are talking about, like from your comments, when you are talking about our traditional and everything. These are the things that they do in the lower courts, where I can say, I didn't marry in court. I did traditional marriage. You understand? I don't need to go high court. If I want to dissolve the marriage, I don't need to go to court.
You mean like Sharia law? You mean like Sharia law too?
Sharia law is completely different. Sharia law, Nigeria practice two systems.
I'm not hearing any difference here. You see, that's the problem with our people. I'm not hearing any difference here. It's just bias we have.
Let's move
I'm not
on.
hearing any difference here.
It is not bias. I am telling you, lay down paperwork.
Let's
in
move
Nigerian
on.
constitution,
Please, if you give me a difference, I will accept it, but I'm not seeing any difference. I've seen traditional courts engage in divorces, engage in trying people, all kinds of things in Nigeria.
No. You don't go to court for divorce. You don't go to court
House
for divorce.
disputes, all those things. Traditional courts handle them.
Hold on. If you married in church or you go to court, go do registries and everything. If you want to dissolve that marriage, you go all the way to high court. If you do traditional, you can use the lower court as customary. These are the courts that treat traditional issues. That's how it
You
runs.
just said that they have options in the north too, just like you have in the south.
The north that I'm telling you is bigger than any of these things that you are talking about. It is in general, as in Nigeria, that they practice that Sharia law.
Dr.
So somebody
Rudolph,
can say, I am practice Islam.
you know,
then they'll use Islam
I want
law
to veer
to
off
judge you,
this, their
not
Sharia
that
thing.
constitutional law.
That is
The
not my
common law.
problem. I know
What we
where I
practice is common
cut
law.
my hand.
That's why I tell you that when you let this program, go do more research about it. It is not here you want to listen. So let me hear my view.
Real quick. I want to say something real quick. I fear
Let me,
Nigerians. Dr. Rudolph, you just mentioned you talking to Senator Abaribe about them not having a united front. You see, when the PDP had their convention and primary and APC, I fear Nigerians, especially people from South. I wonder why they cannot speak with one voice. If they are united behind one candidate during their primary, by now the story will be different. You see, when APC had their primaries, I even had a rumor, I don't know how true it is, that most of the aspirants from the Southwest, their form were bought by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I don't know how true that story was. But I wonder why the entire South or Southeast cannot come with one consensus candidate and put that person forward by allowing somebody from the North to hijack that primary. Because as a matter of fact, on both platforms, on both APC and PDP, they almost truncated the Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the PDP also. Now wicked is mad. So I wonder why in that region that they can't come. See, they had one meeting in Asaba. They had another one in Lagos, all the South, and yet they can't produce one candidate from that region. How come? I would say we hold these people accountable.
Mr.
All right,
Adewale.
Paul, before you said it, we have good news. I've just been told that Nigeria's female under-17 football team, they defeated Germany.
You are behind on that one, Dr. Daviji.
I don't follow soccer.
Jude doesn't want the award. Jude doesn't care for the award. He's we should reject it because we are not Nigerian.
Mr. Adewale, when you are talking about being united, you are in the United States of America with 50 states plus other territories and everything. States don't unite in anything. Just go and develop your place. If we borrow American Constitution, let us borrow it completely.
See,
the state of Texas that you live, today, they have their own energy power, completely different from the 49 states.
I'm not talking about refined politics. I'm talking about more.
So when you talk this unite, if you talk unite, why are you Yoruba man writing petition up and down? Which means your house too is divided for somebody to be crying out. People are bound to whine. We are just being wicked as black to ourselves.
They still back.
My brother, now only heaven said they're not unite. This unity that you are looking for, we can only unite when we want to steal. But when we want to share the proceeds of the proceeds that we steal, we will still fight ourselves. We cannot unite. They keep telling you unite. Unity. Tell me anywhere that they unite. Obasanjo,
this is seriously a problem for us. We always hark back to division all the time. Everything we do, we hark back to division, even if there's no real reason for it. Your example just now just clearly demonstrates our problem. You are talking about the North. This guy just gave me a post just saying that the South uses tradition while the North uses religion. Okay, you want to use religion? Use the religion. Your Christian, make a Christian law in the South if you want to do that. The things we do, we just I don't know what is wrong with us.
Something
We
is
are
wrong
like
with
hypocrites.
Why do you introduce
Okay,
religion?
okay, hold on,
We
guys.
practice traditional law in the south, and they practice religious law in the north, and we pretend as if both sides don't have any equity. It's unbelievable.
We don't practice traditional law in the south. We follow common law, the Nigerian law in general terms. Listen.
So do they follow common law in the north?
Let me put it in context.
You think they will try you with Sharia law in the north? They will not try me with Sharia law in the north.
This is the context. This is the context.
Okay,
so this is the context. So that I know, Paul, you should be given time to drive home your point. But this is the context. A policeman in Nigeria, maintained by taxpayers' money, probably money from an oil-rich Niger Delta. In Kano, you drink alcohol with police, the Hisba local police will arrest you and tell you because this is a Sharia-controlled place.
Exactly.
This is the context. So this example, a police officer, it could be Paul from Urobo or me. I was posted to Kano. And they see me with a woman. It happens. You say you are carrying a prostitute.
At this level, you are going to say because they wear a different type of agbada, that is the problem you have.
Hold on.
That's why I tell you, after this program, do your research.
Allow me, please. That Hisba is a local formation of that area. You will now arrest a national police. Police is a federal institution. But a Hisba in Kano or Sokoto will arrest the person and then put it on trial. Haven't you heard it? That is the context Paul is trying to drive.
What about businesses? Businesses they are destroying people.
All the beverages, all the alcohol and the likes in North Sokoto.
Are you ignorant of that? Are you ignorant of that?
If you don't know, let me tell you. When I was in Sokoto,
in the North.
Forefather, let me tell you, when I was in Sokoto, do you know how they drink beer in the north? The Islam people, doctor, do you want me to practice it on your show? When you put in your kettle, you say you go pray when you go pray to wash up and every other thing. You put beer, you pretend like you go pray, you want to wash up, that's how you drink beer. You hide your alcohol. The so-called Northerners hide their alcohol because it's against Sharia law. That is the law they practice over there. And it's the Nigerian law. You have a right in the north. Also, you don't have a right.
Can't you drink beer in the north?
No, you cannot.
You mean if I go to the north, I cannot drink beer?
You cannot drink beer in Sokoto.
Yes, I have drunk alcohol in the north.
The only way you can drink beer in Sokoto, if they arrest you, you will go to court and you will declare that you are a Christian. You want common law. That is the Nigerian law. But the man who is a Muslim, if you say you are an Islam, now they will try you with Sharia law. This is the thing that I'm telling you. But why they fought for that law, the South append to it before it become law in the North. When the Biafran people now want to ask for their own Biafra now, you need referendum for the whole Nigeria to give them that one. That's why I say I want to be the devil's advocate. You get my point now. Okay. That's why I said
Paul, thank you. Paul, thank you. Okay, so
I just think that we look for every excuse to find differences.
No, forefathers.
That's what we are doing.
Hold on. Of course, the point is that Nigeria is not working. Okay, and the idea of what we're trying to do is where do we go from here in terms of what is the solution? What can we do? Some of these things
confront our greater challenge instead of cowering and fighting ourselves. That's what we do. Instead of acting like cowards and focus on ourselves. That's what we do. It's very simple. Let's not start pretending like secondary school girls.
Okay, good.
It's my turn now. Can I talk?
Yeah, we're coming to you. We're coming to you. Let me say this. So that's the goal is there's nobody that has all the solutions to these problems, and the point is that we have to. All that I'm trying to see if we can move a little bit, not today, but down the road towards solutions. What can we do? Like what Paul is pointing out, when they came up with Sharia, okay, this is what Obasanjo told us. Obasanjo said it will fizzle out. That's the first thing he said. It didn't fizzle out. The second thing they said was that, you Christians are not going to worry about it. It won't impact you. But it still does because now they say if you carry a truckload of beer to the north to sell in your Sabongari where you live and where it's a problem. They are pick it up and destroy it, you know. And then there's an issue of about when you sell beer in the East and VAT, they will share part of the VAT from beer in the North. So there's so many things that are not working. You know, the point is that how do we the solution? Go ahead, Adewale. I know I'm still going.
I just want to speak to what you just said. You know,
Sorry,
here in the
brother.
United States, I live in Texas, right? Here in America, today is Sunday. In Texas, you can't buy beer before 12 noon. It has to be 12 for you to buy beer. As a matter of fact, there are some county, local government, that you can't even buy alcohol. They call them dry county. But then you go to Louisiana, 24 hours, you can buy your liquor and drink to stupor. So these things depends on the jurisdiction. They choose to go with Sharia, but it's not applicable to Christian. You remember there was a recent case about a young man who was, I forgot what that story was all about, that he had to renounce his religion, Islamic religion, for him not to be persecuted. But
Yeah,
then
the musician.
he
The
apologized, but still not
Yeah.
renounced, his
The
religion. I
musician.
think we can balance this as long as we don't apply. Christian lives in the north too. Christian live in Sokoto. Christian live in Kaduna.
Rodolph, I have a question for Mr. Adewale before you allow me to speak, please.
Go ahead with your question. I'm ready for you.
Go ahead, Ike.
First and foremost, I like the way you sit down in that room. Your room looks bigger than mine.
Because why I sit like this, Mr. Adewale? Because when everybody is talking, nobody's talking. So I decided to back off, to listen. The shouting and the screaming and stuff like that. Understand?
I like the elders.
Yeah, the question I have for you is what you said about Texas right now. Yeah. By 12 o'clock, you cannot buy alcohol, right?
No, you can buy alcohol anything after 12, but you can't buy before 12.
But anything after 12, you can buy a gun, right?
Even before one year, you can buy it.
Okay, that's my question. That's my question.
All right, Spinner.
They call them wide west states. They have like 250 at home.
Listen, you guys say so many things. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
First of all, why are you covering are you with people? Why are you not?
No. Don't worry, I'll let you know. I'm gonna send you an email.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen,
okay.
I listen to all of you. I can't remember. People say so many things. You say something. There must be something wrong with us when we always disagree in the South, right? Do you remember? And then also you said, why is it that when Nnamdi Kanu was ordered to be released and then they didn't release him, how come our people didn't go to the street? Do you remember what happened to the Shia?
I didn't say go to the street. No, I didn't say go to the street.
Okay,
I mean, the reaction. There are several reactions. There are ways you can react. I didn't say go to the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that's what you meant. Okay, let me leave that.
No.
Now, Dele Farotimi said that it's either PVC or gone, right? Me personally, my choice is gone. That's the only thing that will solve the problem in Nigeria. You see, all these people saying that we should stay together. Why would I want to stay together with you? If you want solution, here's what we do. Everybody, let's split. You go back to your land. You organize there, have your own military, have your own police, have everything you need to have, and then we'll do the same thing on my side. And then we'll come together, agree how to move forward. Do you understand what I'm saying? We'll then fashion a constitution that contains all different components we'll come up with. That's the only way I would agree to stay with you. Because the way Nigeria is now, it would never work. I don't care what you do.
Spinner, let me ask you this. I'm playing the role. I'm not. This is not how you're saying. So this is a different show. Okay, so technically, there is no way to do what you just said in the Constitution. Okay, and the reason why it's not there is that Zik refused. That was what Tafawa Abubakar Ahmadu Bello wanted. That was what Awolowo wanted, but Zik refused to have that in the Constitution. That is a way out. if you don't want the union anymore, a way for you to leave.
Was
It's
it?
not
He's
there.
stupid. He should. He
Well,
made a mistake. He made a
okay.
mistake,
The point is
yeah.
that I don't want. It doesn't matter what the point is that it's not there. Because it's not there, okay, like people who say we can go peacefully, we can meet and peace all together peacefully. The point is that there are people who will die to make sure that you don't leave.
Okay,
so this is
I'm
the reality you are
that.
facing. Okay, so wait. So
I
the
would
point
rather
is
die. I would rather die than to leave some of you. I would rather be dead. I would rather be dead than to live with some of you. I swear to God. I would rather be dead.
Spinner. So don't say like people say, don't say let's go first, on our own and then come back, and because there's no way for you to go. The only way for you to go is to shoot your way to going. You know what
That's
I mean?
what's gonna happen, my brother.
Okay, now you are talking. So talk about that. First of all, before you say go, you have to shoot your way out of Nigeria. Because that's the only way.
Okay, I understand. Did you hear that America removed their citizen from Nigeria?
Yeah.
Do you think Americans are stupid? The British, are they stupid? Something is coming to Nigeria. Something is coming. And when it comes, their head will spin. But anyway.
Yeah, but hold on, Spinner. Let me challenge you there now. Wait.
Something.
No, wait. Oh, he ran away. I wanted to tell him that Nigeria was defined, I think in the 80s, by the Economist of London as the only country in the world where the best is impossible and the worst never happens. We always think that the worst is about to happen. Ooh, it won't happen again. And the best is impossible. And we have not proved that wrong. So sometimes people might think that terrible thing is going to happen at the end because people are basically cowards in Nigeria. People don't want to challenge the system. And as long as we are running away, it's going to be the same thing. Alexi, you're next.
Loretta, please, I want to ask.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Listen, my battery is running. I've been patiently waiting. Almost everybody has spoken. I want to say one or two things before I leave you guys to continue, if you can allow me.
Yeah, of course.
If I can allow if Mr. Alexis can allow me, I take your indulgence. If you can allow me.
Have your number.
To say a few things.
We'd like to have your number.
Go ahead.
Okay, I will make it available for you. No problem.
Yeah, a lot of people have been looking for your number after your last performance. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
What I wanted to say is that, I listened to the professor, the research, the academic excellence, the profile solutions, the whole, contribution everybody is making through reading books and the rest of them. I just want to let us know that there are seasons for everything. And the season that Nigeria is right now, we have read this research, all these professors, they have been in Nigeria for 62 years. They have been researching, they have been writing books, they have been making all these things, my brothers and sisters. The season that we are right now is not that season of that time. We have a new season in Nigeria that all of us have to, agree to support the season that we are right now. I listened to Dele yesterday. I wasn't able to make a comment because I was working at the same time and so many things was happening at the same time. I want to borrow a rule from what my brother in Texas said from the beginning when he talked about the people, the masses themselves. I want to tell you, if you have to be honest to yourself, I am an Igbo man. The blood of Biafra is running in my veins. But Ojukwu made me to understand that Biafra is spirit. You can kill me, but you cannot kill Biafra. All these people, I am an Igbo man. I want Igbo man. I want Biafra to go. But the same people that are telling you that they want Biafra to go, they are the people who have been sabotaging the Biafra to go. It's not the Hausas. It's not the Yorubas. It's we the Igbos. If we can tell ourselves the truth. The whole state governors you have in the eastern Nigeria do not want Nnamdi Kanu to come out. We cannot be pretending. Let's forget about all these politics. We are fetching, we are chasing shadow from where the shadow is not coming from. Nnamdi Kanu is where he is today because of the 5 eastern state governors of the Igbos. They don't want him out of that place. It's not you. It's not me. But it is the power that be in the east. The so-called politicians, the elite, the few people we are talking about that are holding Nigerians into ransom. They are the same people who are holding Nnamdi Kanu and the issue of Biafra and Odudu and the rest of them. Because you said it here already, because of what they benefit in the corporate country called Nigeria. So when we come here, most of the platform, we try to bring our intellectual. How many years we study in the? I didn't go to university because I hadn't had the opportunity. But my children, they went to university because that was the only sacrifice that I have to make. Because as an Igbo man, I have to suffer to make a living. So all these university graduates and lecturers we have in this platform, it's time you begin to tell yourself the truth. We have an illegitimate government in eastern Nigeria as a whole, except Soludo, who won a free and fair election. But he has already joined the queue because he wants to protect his own interest. He wants to prove to you that he is fighting insecurity in Anambra State. And you see what is going on in Anambra State right now? Today I just saw all of them. They married themselves together in the Enugu meeting of Eastern State governors. And all of them were carrying agbada. And I was looking at it and I was laughing. These are the people that is the problem of Eastern Nigeria. It's not all of us that are here. Look at what is happening in Ebonyi State. Umahi has turned into I don't know what I'm going to use. What the man has turned into in Ebonyi State. Look at Imo State, the state where I come from. I was looking for Honorable who is going to represent Labour Party in Olu House of Representatives in this election. We used to meet in one other platform. I wanted to ask him a question. Look at Imo State, for example, my brothers. It is a lawless state. There is nothing that is working in Imo State today as I'm talking to you. Everything that is working in Imo State is you are under the pressure of Hope Uzodimma and his thoughts. You do what they want you to do or you are gone. I told you the other time, I am from Olu local government and I'm from Owerri. I don't hide where I come from. I am a true Igbo man. There is no more young men in Olu local government area in Imo State today. Because Hope Uzodimma have decided to murder sleep. He have decided to murder everybody. Because he wants to serve his masters. And that is the same thing Umahi is doing now in Ebonyi State. Because he has promised APC that he's going to deliver a point. And by the time Peter Obi emerged, he have discovered that it's not going to be possible. So what he wants now is to, if he can kill everybody in Ebonyi State in order to make that to come to pass. Remember, he said he's going to welcome Peter Obi the last time about 2-3 months ago when they interviewed him. Peter Obi is my brother. I am going to give him a special welcome in Ebonyi State. We don't want you to welcome Peter Obi in Ebonyi State because you are going to poison Peter Obi. He is smarter than you. So Nigerian problem today is not me and you who are living outside. Because some of us, we say, carry gun. You are in America, you're going to shoot your gun from America. You are in England, you're going to shoot your gun from England. You are in Sweden, you're going to shoot your gun from England. Who is going to shoot the gun? Those lives in Nigeria, the people of NSAS, they were like, Dele said, they were only carrying flags, but they were murdered in a broad daylight. Nothing has happened. And somebody is saying, let us carry gun. This is always what all of us who are living outside say, well, let us divide this country, let everybody go. We just say it because you're comfortable where you're living. Nothing is disturbing you. You can decide. Most of you now who are living in America, you are American citizen. You have American passport. But I have refused to take the passport of the Dutch people where I live. Because the blood of Nigeria is still running in my veins. Because I still believe that Nigeria we can overcome. But most of you have American passport. If you go to Nigeria tomorrow, anything happens to you, the American embassy is going to come for you because you are an American citizen. But somebody like me, I refuse to take the Dutch passport up to today. So anywhere I go, I am only defended by God himself and for my truthfulness and honesty. And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to be
to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No,
Please.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi,
Sorry.
There is
Just
war
hear me
in
out.
Biafra. It doesn't
Just
matter.
hear me out what I'm trying to say. Just hear me out. I said
You just
last time.
interrupted the flow. Yeah, go ahead, Ike.
I used to travel. I travel all over. I travel most of the time. And I meet Nigerians and Africans on the tarmacs, on the airport, and the rest of them. What I say I fight for Nigerians is whenever, anywhere I am traveling, I know how many times in a year that I lose my flight because trying to defend an African man or woman or a Nigerian that I see at the airport that are being treated like an animal. I don't care that I miss my flight because God has blessed me that even though the airline refused to pay my ticket, I can buy my ticket back. But I do what I think that is normal and honestly for me to do, because when you are having that passport as a Nigerian outside Nigeria, you are treated like an animal, even though you are not a criminal. Some of us have decent business, decent job. We live an honest life. But as long as you put your passport on the immigration point, Nigerian green passport, they say go this side. That is the truth. I'm not saying that I'm going to defend Nigeria in Nigeria because I'm not in Nigeria. What I'm trying to say today is that the only thing that we Nigerians have, those that are living in Nigeria, is for them to use 2023 as a starting point. That 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 1 million naira that they give you is going to finish in 2 months or 3 months. And you go back to square one, just what Adewala just said at the beginning. But if we can decide that this is the time that we can change Nigeria through the PVC, we can do it. Nigerians can do it.
I think it's time up, please. Time up.
Who is speaking? Alexi, let me determine
yes,
that.
I mean,
no, it's okay, Alexi. Don't worry. No, don't worry about that. Let me determine that. Go ahead, Ike. I will let him speak. Ike, go ahead. I'll give you your time, Alexi.
Sorry. Sometimes when we talk about Nigerian thing, I get emotional because I know the journey I passed through. I know what I went through. From Lagos to Mali, from Mali to where I am today. Most of us that are outside Nigeria did not want to plan to leave Nigeria, but sometimes circumstances and situations will force you to leave Nigeria. But I want to tell all of us here, all of us are fighting the same cause. We want a better Nigeria or a better nation, whatever you decide to call it. But we have to start from somewhere. The season that we are right now, nobody is perfect. Nobody is a saint. But we know that we can start from somewhere. So let us stop blaming everybody. But let us begin to look for solutions to make Nigeria a better place. Where all of us, like CM said, and a Shakiri man, and a Urobo man, somebody from TV, all of us will see ourselves as Nigerians and have equal right on the table to discuss about the affairs and the way forward for Nigeria. So please, this is my own honest submission. I want to thank you for giving me the privilege. I hope that I will join next time because my battery is almost down. And I want to pray that God will bless all of you, give you the wisdom, the strength, and the power to continue to make the change that you're making. You might be thinking what we are doing here is not doing anything. But I want to assure you, everything we are doing in this platform and in other platforms, God is using it to do better work in Nigeria. For your family, for your friends, and your colleagues. God bless you, and everybody have a blessed week.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ike.
And I will pass my...
Hold on. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ike.
I will give you my phone number. I don't know how I'm going to give it to you because
just email it to drdamages@gmail.com.
Okay, yeah, you use Gmail. Okay, I will do that.
Yeah.
So you give it to CM, okay?
Yeah, I'll give it to CM, yeah. All right. Let me say this. Thank you, Ike. Let me say this. Despite everything we're doing here, I want everybody to always understand that everybody's story is valid. Your story is different from my story. Your experience is different from my experience. You cannot make your experience my experience. I can't make your experience my own. So we have to respect that. People come from long distances, not just about physical distances. The experiences in life, their encounters in about Nigeria, is different. And that's what builds people's reaction. The way you see things is valid. I agree. Any position you have is your position. We have the right to question it, but it's your position. The same thing with the next person. But to assume that because this is your position, that's the ultimate, that's the right one, the other ones are wrong, or terrible, or shouldn't be heard. No, they should be heard. And every position contributes. The people saying, no, Nigeria cannot work, I accept their position. They contribute. They are forcing the people who are saying that it is going to work to make it work. The same way, the people saying it's going to work, that's their position. If you think it's not going to work,
you are muted.
Okay.
Prove them wrong.
Have you called me, Dr. Damages?
That will make them to do better. That's what I think. So, I'm muted.
Is that my turn?
All right.
Yeah, you are better.
So
I think you are kind of delayed.
You can't hear me?
Can I speak now? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, it's you. Nobody can hear me.
Oh, okay.
No, we can hear you now.
Good. You're good now. Doctor, you're good.
The audio
Okay.
is delayed.
Hold on. Yeah, you can.
All right. I salute everyone. And I'm coming in late, but I've gotten enough, built up in me to come out and spew them out. Anyway, the thing remains that we are asking for solution. Are we asking for a temporary solution or a permanent one? That's where the difference comes. Temporarily, I still see problem. The one that I see as problem with the Constitution, which if you swear anybody in with it, will be locked in to do what that Constitution is saying. So you're talking about your PVC and voting and winning without changing that Constitution. You are not solving the problem that we have on the ground. We talk about local government, this and that and that. Have we stopped seeing the ugly distribution and the enumeration of local governments in the country, whereby some people are skewed to have win and take it all, and others we share the crumbs? We have that problem. We have the trap in the legislation where, because of this same local government representation and the Constitution, anything you have that of interest for you that they don't consider of interest for themselves can never sell through the House. That's why they always tell you, oh, don't make trouble, just let your representatives speak for you at the House, when they know that it will bring nothing home. We are pretending like all is smooth, that we can just go through these things and get what we want. The result of all this comes to the marginalization and the discrimination and the tribalization and the Fulanization and the Islamization and everything that separates us into pieces. And yet people talk about coming together, unite. How do you unite? In chemistry, you cannot mix oil and water. They will always separate. We are like that. We can tell by just this, our conference discussions, because we are looking at things differently from different angles. And like Dr. Damages, like you said, people have different perceptions or viewpoints about this whole thing. When you talk about, that's why I really miss Shore. Shore should really be part of the whatever thing that is going on. He doesn't have the same solution like I have. Just like Dr. Dele Faru to me yesterday. I admire that man's intelligence, analysis, and his solutions. But we don't have the same solution. I don't have the same solution with him. But those are people who speak reality. They are not trying to be politically correct, as most 99% of us in this conference try to be. We want to be politically correct. So even when you see things that is so obvious, you want to make it look like, oh no, it's not like that. Why do you see it that way? We will continue round and round this thing until we get to it. I'm sure where we have reached now, if we try to solve this problem in the wrong way, it will come back to bite us. When that time reaches, maybe we will have time on the screen to talk again. It is so obvious that we want something good, but it's going to be temporary. We are in a trap. I told you people yesterday, if you are going to APC, we have a Fulani trap there. Whether you like it or not, I will call it what it is. If you go to PDP, you have the number one man there is there for Fulani. Whether he's Fulani or Hausa or whatever, he's there for Fulani. And even the obedient group, they made sure that he is viced by a Fulani. So that trap is there. That trap is in all the government organizations and where there is importance and power to direct what goes on in the country. They are all there. Obi will come in when it happens and you think you are solving that problem. He will have to confront all these people. And then we will see how that will come up. All I'm saying, it is more than what we want to make it look like here when we talk. It's like we are making a conference. We might as well have some drinks and be laughing and talking, which is what more or less we are doing. But there is danger. America moving its own staff, telling them to leave. You think they will just do that for the sake of to threaten you or to shake you or what? Not this America that I am one part of. If we should fight today, and America wants to fight Nigeria, I will fight in the favor of Nigeria. I mean, of America. Oh yes, I have sworn to that, and I will do it. So we are deceiving ourselves. Let us solve this problem.
Then why are you here?
What is wrong with referendum? What is wrong with referendum to know how the people want to go? If we do it and it fails, then it won't even fail. It will just tell us the reality.
Alexi.
Yes, sir.
Like I try to ask everybody, nobody's saying there's anything wrong with referendum. All we're saying is that it's not in the Constitution. There's no way you can force it to happen when the people who are benefiting, remember,
yes,
benefiting from the country, the way it's structured, do not want to lose that benefit. You can't force them to add it to a constitution that they can't even amend. You know, they've not been able to amend any single thing. Even what they agreed on, they couldn't pass it. Okay? So there is no, when people say that, I think they are just part of what we do here, exercise, mental exercise. It's not going, they're not going to do it unless something else forces them.
Does the US you are willing to die for have that referendum in their constitution?
What referendum?
The US you are willing to die for, do they have referendum in their constitution to break the country up.
Listen, this country is freer than
You see
any
the
country
sickness
in
of
the
our
world.
people.
They are free. Nobody's
your
oppressing
your senator, sorry, listen. Your senators is not even talking about referendum. What about your senators talking about it? Your House of Representatives, they are not even talking about it.
Those people are the choices of the oppressors. You know,
then you have to remove them. You have to find way to get them out. You can record them. If you can record them, there is in constitution to record them and put who you want, who can speak for you.
You see, that process is not going to happen because they got there with the help of those with whom they are meeting every day.
Election is
money.
Okay. What are you doing for election that is coming on 2023? Now, what are you doing about it? Next year, now 2024, you still be saying the same thing. 2024, we will still be here. You will be talking referendum. This is the same thing.
Okay,
election is coming 2023. What are you doing? What is your plan?
That's why we should not participate in that election. We should
then
not.
Then what? Then
we won't have anybody representing us anywhere. We will be
okay. So let me help Charles. Alexei, we know that even if 80% of people, and it has happened in Zimbabwe, in so many countries, refuse to vote, they will still have somebody elected. Somebody will go and represent. It's normal. So I like to deal with reality. So that one cannot. There's nothing to do that you can do to stop that. Somebody will be, even if it's 3 people that voted for somebody, that person will represent the whatever state. So what's the next thing? I want practical solution.
Then there will be no room for those people. Look, you're talking about either ballot or gun. Gun is not ruled out of this whole thing. And it won't be like.
Do you have gun? Do you have the gun? Do you have the guns? Nigeria now, let's say guns in Nigeria now. Wait. Guns in Nigeria is 100. Wait now. Let's see. Wait. Hold on. 1 minute, please. If guns in Nigeria now is 100, 98 is in hands of federal government. What are you going to use to fight them?
Were there not guns in Libya when people came from?
Where are you going to get the gun? Who is going to give you the gun? Where are you going to get it from? Let's see what is possible.
All right. I was supposed to leave at 4 p.m. I have an appointment.
We cannot remain the way we are.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Then what? Now, what's your solution? What are you going to do?
It won't be like 1967. For your information.
But you see that most of the argument is hollow. He's willing to die for a country that doesn't have the referendum in the constitution that he's arguing that Nigeria should have. This is the madness we live in. This is the madness we live in.
Of course.
Mr. Alexis, Mr. Alexis, let me lend you one minor small solution. This is what Ojukwu said when Ojukwu traveled to trade fair in Lagos to campaign and see what the Igbo invested in Lagos. Ojukwu said, must you bring all these things to the hands of these people to come and sell? Why don't you go back to Aba and Onisha, keep everything there? If the Yoruba man don't know how to do spare parts, they don't know how to do pharmaceutical in Nnewi, they don't know how to do anything, and they need it, they're going to travel from Lagos, wherever place, to come to the east to buy this thing and everything. This is one aspect.
Well, you are talking about Lagos. What about the people in Sokoto? You are talking Lagos is close.
I just use it as a
Lagos
case study.
Is close. You didn't talk about Sokoto. You are talking about Lagos. Lagos is close.
Because it is the Igbo man that will travel to China, to Taiwan,
even
to Singapore,
Lagos
to
is
Dubai.
close.
You understand? To anywhere to bring these goods. Whereas it in the east, let these people travel down to come and afford it. You understand? That's where you use that same medium to develop yourself very well.
Let them open
the solution for me.
Why do you keep other people under your own oppressive regime? And say
Mr. Alexis, every Nigerian suffer that same thing. When you said so,
Mr.
Alexis,
for me, the solution is getting involved in politics.
Okay, me that came from the oil region, that they are taking everything, like I asked Ruan yesterday. You understand? The gold in North, how much revenue Nigeria make from gold? How much revenue Nigeria make from gum Arabic? How much revenue we are making from granite? We are making from all these things. We don't make nothing. You understand? And they weaponize it. They tell us to our face that, oh, they give you 13% derivation and they take 87% off but your own, is owned by you people, we shouldn't go that place. And then for that, so we see all the things that we see why the governor of Zamfara State cross carpet when they started talking about this gold thing. So everybody suffered this same thing. I understand the Igbos are overprivileged. They have the numbers. They are very, very educated. They are very everything. You understand? It's just time for them to say, okay, let us go and develop the East if you feel the East is behind. But I will tell you, my brother, this problem is everywhere.
Charles,
and also getting involved.
Let's hear from Charles. That's the final word. Go ahead, Charles.
Yes, you have been getting involved in politics since. What has it brought?
My solution is the person in Abia State. The person in Abia State is, if that man use 30% of what is coming from Abia State to develop Abia State, we will not be talking what we are talking here. So for me, it's getting involved. Let's make sure the people we are getting that is getting into politics, let them have conscience of people, not to coming here to say you want referendum. Let our 15 senators from the East go to Abuja, say we want referendum.
They are part of the group.
Excuse me, Charles.
They are part of the group.
Okorocha, listen. Okorocha.
Yes, Okorocha cannot do that.
Listen. Okorocha was dealing with Imo State. The whole Igbo land from Ebonyi, everybody became concerned. Even people that are not from Imo, everybody was against what Okorocha was doing. So to show Okorocha that the whole Igbos were against him, whether you are from Abia, Anambra, Enugu, or anything, because I have to tell you, they said we have to mobilize to make sure that the next governor of Imo State must be somebody. Everybody prayed for it. They brought in Emeki Ihedioha. Clean. You are getting involved in you are involved in politics for the first time. Number 4 became number 1. What did you do?
Okay, Anambra is what of Anambra is what happened in Anambra? Is it not people's choice?
Tell us.
You pick the one you want, the one that will fit your narrative. You didn't pick other. What about Anambra?
Anambra Soludo is people's choice. No rigging. You should know that. I'm from Anambra.
Enugu State, Inko. What about Enugu State?
Listen. Enugu State of what is the name? Buruburu is the people's choice. No rigging. I will tell you that.
So what about Ebonyi State?
Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi, when he was in PDP, was elected as PDP governor. Everything was that is the people's choice.
Is he not people's choice?
He's the people's choice.
Okay. So you think people's choice is what is reigning?
Is the choice of Ihedioha is the wide choice of.
So
why did they bring Opus Odemwa? Why?
Okay, let's say that Ihedioha's own happened. Let's say next election. Okay, we will take because of Ihedioha because
no. Listen.
Same weight now, same weight. So we will take the same weight. So we will take because of we have headache, we cut off our head. Are we going to take because we have headache, you cut off your head? Because of wait now, let's say.
You misunderstood
so
me.
the Imo State won't happen. So for that, we should not participate.
When you say get involved in politics, Okorocha, what he
that is what I'm saying now. Does it mean that if that Imo State won't happen, so we should forget about politics because of Imo State won't happen? We should say no politics.
Emeki Ihedioha didn't win that election. Who didn't win that election? Let me tell you something why.
You see
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Do you know why I say so? If Imo State people really vote for Emeka Ihedioha, they could have revoked. They didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing. They could have bring the person
that voted for election. Listen.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The people who voted for
Shibus, you are going far. Let's say that one happened. So after that one, we will not vote again.
Okay, guys.
No, we will still vote.
Hold on, guys. I want
Doctor, wait.
Didn't you see it,
Doctor?
Didn't people?
Please, 1 minute. So
because of hope.
Okay. No. What I said, they could have bring that regime down. But it's after everything.
To be honest.
No. Don't be disappointed.
Okay.
Hey, no, don't get me disappointed because I hope for Imo State people that voted for who they voted.
Hold on.
It's easier said
We
than
have to have
done.
others. We have to have other law and order. Charles, finish up your thoughts, okay?
Okay, so what I'm saying, look at what happened in our two states. They took away their mandates last 4 years. Did they kill everybody in our two states? They waited for him. Next 4 years is coming. How long? 4 years came. They did their job. So you take because of what happened in Imo State, we should start no election, no this one, no this one. It happened in Osun State or in Osun State. You have to get yourself together first. Who is representing you in the Senate?
All right.
Is it not your choice?
All right.
What are you doing about him? You will chat from here, no referendum. How will you get the referendum? 2023 is coming. After 2023, we will come back here June, July. We will still be talking. No, if we want referendum, you can't get referendum in Dr. Damage's page. People have to talk about it. People have to go to National Assembly and talk about it.
People are talking about
People have to.
Don't say
somebody who is representing you have to talk about it.
All right.
Not me and you here. We don't have the power to talk about it here. Buhari has more guns than you. You can't shoot Buhari. They have more guns than you.
Okay, Charles, thank you so much.
Remain there now.
Thank you, Doctor.
I don't want to end it here this way. CM, finish your thoughts, but I want people to be, respecting other people when they're speaking. Go ahead, finish your thoughts, and you
see, the point. First of all, this is the first time I'm hearing somebody saying Hope Uzodinma won an election. This is
there are plenty of them. They are the saboteurs.
Alex, please.
This is the first time. The duty of conducting every election is INEC. When you dispute any result given by INEC, you, the person taking your opponent to court, INEC is involved because INEC will come and give witness that the election they announced met their minimum requirement. INEC went to election tribunal to say that this vote they are adding to Hope Uzodinma so that number 4 will now overtake number 1. That this vote they weren't accredited. How come from those polling booths, it's only Hope Uzodinma they voted for? The whole 11 or how many candidates? Nobody got not even one vote from a polling booth where they have up to about 6 or 7. Let me just put it this way: that contested for governorship, and the INEC who conducted the election announced the result. Then they now go and manufacture, say these are the people they didn't add. They say from which polling booth. They mention them. Mostly from Olu area. INEC now asks them, these people you are adding, what of other people? Does it mean that when you accredit 500 in a polling booth, the whole 500 will vote for Hope Uzodinma? Nobody. The Supreme Court sanctioned it because they know that they are the final court. Nobody will challenge them. Even if they say black is white and white is black, they say it has got to Supreme Court. That's why this is a shocker. Even the Yorubas, some of the analysts, they were saying it. There's never seen this type of thing. Then somebody will come and tell me that Hope Uzodinma won an election. You can never win an election based on the fact that only one in a polling booth, only Hope Uzodinma was voted for. To be able to topple number 4, topple number 3, topple number 3, 4, and then number 1, and became number 1. Later you come and tell me he won an election. So why I'm saying this is this. When you say take part in the election, now they cannot ask this. Said if we want to take part in this election, why can't we do open ballot system? Who is the person that will announce the result? Who is the person that will announce the result? Are you telling me that if it is possible to take Hope Uzodinma's a petition to West Africa or to World Court, he is prepared, but they say this is Nigeria. Supreme Court says that is the final. This is the first time ever number 4 became number 1. Not that when they were adding those votes, they said, okay, out of 500, Hope scored 490. The rest 10, they shared it among
CM. I wanted you to talk because I don't think there is any doubt that Uzodinma did not win the election. I don't think there is.
But somebody said it here.
But the point.
I will keep on saying that because
hold on, Chibuzo, hold on. So, but CM, let me ask you.
Okay.
So after that Supreme Court judgment, what happened? How many people at the National Assembly are today in what party? How is the structure now? What is going on? I don't really know. Don't think I'm asking you because I know the answer, but I just wanted to get to something.
Okay.
What happened at the State Assembly in Imo State? Anybody knows?
Do you mean in
A
terms of
party.
party
I know
representation?
that people switched parties after Hope took over. Some
All
people,
of them decamped. All of them decamped.
All of them
Yes,
decamped.
I think
Okay.
I know of. I heard of one senator, either of Kigwe area. I think one died. They did. I don't know whether it's under who. They died. Then they
No,
did a by-election.
State House. All of them decamped in State House.
And in the State House
Okay,
camp, all of them decamped to
all
Hope.
of them decamped. Yeah.
So this is the point. This is the
So
point.
APC. Yeah.
This is the point I'm making. Okay. This is the point I want to make.
Thank you.
So let's say Hope is a bad guy. You know. So many people in the political class in Imo State, they are bad. They are in cahoots with the federal government, and this happened, which is outrageous. Now, let's say people are afraid of coming out to say this cannot stand, because people can rise up and say this is not acceptable to us, even if the Supreme Court said so. But let's say people were afraid of that. And then what happened? They were afraid of Hope Uzodinma. And the people they elected, local people, local areas, they elected to their state assembly, all switched to APC. And that was okay. That was okay.
So why they did not wait and impeach Hope?
Charles,
they control,
we're not going further. I just want to point that out. Chibuzo, say one last thing.
Sorry.
Yeah. Let me tell the Nigerians in this platform. You see, there is a study just came and said that, listen, in this very election, if at all, because Tinubu will win this election, but he will emerge as a winner. But there is a problem. If Tinubu manages to win this election, there will be a war in Nigeria, because he rigged the election to become to claim power. But the person who's supposed to win and clean the shit is Peter Obi. So Nigeria have to be very careful and know the type of people they are going to vote in. If they don't vote Peter Obi, there will be a problem in Nigeria.
All right. So let's leave it at this, and then we will see you guys on Saturday. Forefathers, thank you so much for joining us. CM, thank you so much. Chibuzo, thank you so much for joining us. Adewale, thank you so much.
Your comment section is on fire.
I know.
A lot of extreme views on that.
People are angry. Alexi, thank you so much for joining us. Paul, thank you for joining us.
The temperature's 100.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, Jude, thank you so much. Please, if you are watching, can you like the video so that they will show it to more people? And we'll see you again next week. On Sunday, we have, like I said...
Doctor, please, what keeps me up at night? Why is it that some of us that is here don't want to like this video? Why?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
That is what keeps me up at night. Why?
And the reason why we say that is just so that more people, YouTube will show that to more people. That's all. It doesn't mean that anything else. One more people to see this. You guys spend hours talking on this show, and your views are all important. We want to make sure that other people will get a chance to see it. We want to thank those who watched at home. We appreciate all of you. See you next Sunday with Mustafa. Get ready.